I mean, I very easily could be very critical of Britain. Like, there's so many fucking things that I could pick on, but at the same time, I kind of feel awkward about that because, you know, I guess that's kind of confirmation that even though I've been here for such a fucking big portion of my life now, I don't truly feel at home. But I'll also say this, that I know if I went back to Iran, that wouldn't feel like home either.
Greetings, friends, and welcome to episode 171 of Into the Necrosphere. This week, the great Shayan of the band Trivax makes his long-awaited return to the podcast. His fourth time on the show. Let's put it this way. If you enjoyed the candor and the honesty that has accompanied the conversations he and I have had so far, you are in for a treat, because this is probably one of the most heartfelt, honest, and wide-ranging conversations I think we've ever had. It is a full 2 hours and 30 minutes long, and you are about to embark on quite the odyssey with us. That's all I'm going to say. No rundown of what we're going to discuss. Just sit back and enjoy yourself. And of course, when it's done, don't go anywhere, because where other podcasts might leave you hanging and say goodbye until next week, I have got a rundown of my favorite releases of the past week, including the new Lamp of Murmur and the new Fredenstall, and then there's also a new single out by Metallica, as well as new singles by Cattle Decapitation, Tudor, and a whole load more. It would be almost criminal of me to rob the legions of an opportunity to hear another full-throated installment of my weekly news rant. So that is going to be coming at the end of the show. A solid 4 hours, perhaps a two-part for some of you, but if this is your first time checking out the show and you like what you hear, then make sure that you elbow drop the subscribe button on your platform of choice. Follow me on social media and check out the Into the Necrosphere Teespring store if you want to buy yourself some Into the Necrosphere gear and strut your streets looking both fashion-forward and grim. Most importantly, make sure that you are supporting my fellow horsemen of the podcast apocalypse. Every Monday, we've got Brandon Legion bringing you Horrorwolf 666. Every Tuesday, there's yours truly with Into the Necrosphere, and in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to have Zen and Tentacle of Omega Infinity on the podcast. I also recorded an absolutely sensational conversation with Oscar, the frontman for the Icelandic black metal band that I've been raving about on the podcast for the last couple of weeks, Altari, and I have a whole bunch of others in the pipeline. So there's a lot of good things coming your way on this show. There's also a lot of good things coming your way every Wednesday, because every Wednesday, my good friend and brother Mike Hill of the bands Tombs and Scorpion Throne brings you his long-running podcast, Everything Went Black. He then returns on a Thursday with my favorite podcast of the week, Necromaniacs, where he reviews new and old horror movies with his co-hosts Jeff Kashid and Mike Scandado. And then every Sunday, the Reverend Carl Hikara brings you the weird, the esoteric, and the arcane with his podcast, Soul Knox. So join myself and the horsemen of the podcast apocalypse in the war against shit content, and sit back and enjoy as I welcome to the podcast once again my good friend Shayan of Trivax. I spent a huge amount of my time in South Africa eating like a fucking pig and just enjoying the good life a little bit too much. And then since I've come back from holiday, as I get back in the swing of things, like I said to you with work, something comes up where I have to travel, or, I've got meetings all week and the meetings are early, so I can't go to the gym. So I'm conscious I'm going to be appearing in public on July the 29th and the 30th at Reaper Fest. I can't look like an asshole, so I need to get myself in shape for that. But
that's all good, man. Sounds like you were doing better than the rest of the South Africans, at least. So that's something.
Oh yeah, no. Did I tell you we were like the third or the fourth at one point? I don't know if it's still the case. The third or the fourth most obese country in the world.
What is South Africa or UK?
South Africa, mate.
How are they affording it?
Quality of life over there is pretty awesome. I mean, like, obviously there's a lot of people that are poor and impoverished, but I mean, even there, they can still eat pretty well. They might not live in the nicest homes, but the food is plentiful, mate, and South Africans love to eat. So
It looked awesome from what I could see from all the pictures of yourself and your lovely partner going over there. It looked really fucking
dude,
cool, man.
it was the absolute nuts. But so you mentioned I look good. I've been meaning to comment on this new aerodynamic look that you've adopted with a moustache. What was the what made you decide to do that?
It's just a symptom of my extremely high testosterone levels. That's all, really.
It's an expression of your alpha manliness.
That's it. Yeah, yeah. No, it's I've been actually thinking about this for a couple of years, and then I was having a conversation with my girlfriend, and then I decided, I'm really gonna fuck with her. So I actually did it, but then it didn't turn out so bad. So, and then I decided I'm just gonna keep it. It's the conservative military dad kind of avatar. So I'm sticking to it, and yeah, and it's just, my dad used to have a mustache when I think for a majority of his adulthood, if I'm correct, and yeah, so it's kind of it works. I think it's fine. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, I love it. I think it looks very cool. I've said before, like I think I might even have said it on a news rant. I was like, there's not a lot of dudes that can pull off a moustache, but if you have the balls to do it and you can do it, you can pull it off. Hats off to you. Like I think it's like you're on a list with Pedro Pascal, probably Tom Selleck in Magnum. I'm not sure about anybody else.
Iron Sheik, maybe. I think maybe that's a contender. Yeah, it's the Persian.
Yeah, I know, very much so.
Yeah, it's that's great to hear. Yeah, nice.
Well, so for folks that aren't aware, I have spoken about it on the podcast, but just in case anybody is hearing the podcast for the first time, or they're not familiar with the story, you guys are now a officially signed band to Cult Never Dies. How did that conversation start? How did the deal end up happening?
We met Dale properly. I think it was around. Actually, I can tell you exactly when it was. It was in November last year. Actually, no, not last year. The year before. At what's it called? Damnation Festival, when they were doing the last year in Leeds.
Yeah.
So we met him there properly, and then we spoke. And then a little while later, we were talking to a very good friend of ours, mutual friend called Alex de Moller. He plays in Scythian and Chromedube and a bunch of other really killer bands. And he also is a video producer. That's predominantly what he does. And he's also very good friends with Dale and has worked with him for a while. And it was just one of them things where it just seemed like the right timing, and then Alex put us further in touch and obviously sent Dale the album, and it was just one of those things. He, of course, was very happy with it, and then we just decided to work together, and it took a bit of time to kind of get things rolling, as it always is in the case of labels when you start that whole process. But we got there, and we're currently working on things as we speak. So fingers crossed. It's not going to be too long now. Yeah, we've been working very hard.
What sort of timescale are you thinking before the record comes out?
This year.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't come out this year,
I'm odyssey, and it has been quite a wait.
It absolutely has, it's like the band has got fucking blue balls, so if it doesn't come out this year, I'm gonna fucking send it to some of these Russian hacker kids and get them to fucking leak it themselves. I'm not fucking waiting around anymore. So
you're gonna do what Death Grips did. I don't know if you're familiar with Death Grips, but they signed to Sony. So they brought out a demo called, I think it was called Ex-Military. Then they signed to Sony, and Sony basically, try to curtail when they could release the record. And so out of the blue, one day they just uploaded it to their website, posted on Facebook. The album's available for free. It's like, I think they might even have thrown in a fuck Sony at the end. But yeah, that's a way to burn your bridges when it comes to like major labels.
No, I feel that, I don't think that's because at the end of the day, it's your music. You choose how you want it getting out there and reaching people. It's like the same thing. with like the Metallica and Napster thing. Everyone always like shits on Metallica because, oh, they're money hungry, greedy fucking guys, and Lars did this. Yeah, I don't think they went about it the best way. But also look at it like this, you know, it's the point of that was that it was an artistic thing, that this song is not mixed. It's not finished. It's not ready. Why the fuck is someone putting it out there to the world? That's a pretty frustrating fucking thing. If I was working on an album and then someone took the shitty demos, which don't sound anywhere near the way they're supposed to, and someone put it out there, I'd be pretty fucking pissed off too. So, you know, as a musician, as an artist, even if it's gonna sound like shit, it should be your call. So I'm a firm believer in that. So that band, I wasn't familiar with them, but I can sort of back their decision and understand where they're coming from.
For all of Lars's, for all of his faults, of which, you know, he definitely has many. One thing that people can't take away from him with the whole Napster debacle is that, I mean, he was sounding the alarm well before the horse had bolted from the stable, because now anybody who's anybody is complaining about how they don't make any money from selling music, and Spotify is terrible, and this is terrible, and that's terrible. And it's like, well, you guys weren't exactly backing him up back when he brought this up. I mean, you know, Dave Mustaine, for example, was still sobbing about it on the fucking HBO's Woodstock documentary. But he did say it was going to happen. He did warn. He did say this was going to be a problem. And if anything, I mean, I even recall, and maybe this is just I'm having selective memory here, but I do recall him saying, like, this is really more about younger bands than it is about us. Like, we're going to make music, or we're going to make money regardless. But
I
it's
feel
about
like
younger
I remember
bands.
that as well. Yeah,
yeah, younger bands and their ability to make a living off of music is going to be deeply compromised by this. And obviously now we see that it is.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and you still get people who will complain about both sides of it. You know, like on one hand, they'll say, oh, you know, Metallica, money hungry millionaires, fuck you. But then on the other hand, there will be like, you know, like they'll just be like, oh, no one supports the scene. And then, like, you know, it's just like, it's so fucking delusional. It's like, you know, like, I'm of the school that, especially being in a relatively, well, in fact, very new band in the grand scheme of things. Not only we were formed just before 2010s. That's the age of Trivax. But we didn't release anything until, I think, our first demos came out in 2012, like early 2012. So that, in the grand scheme of things, is very late, right? So for a band like us, I'm fine with people having access to our music. If anything, I want people to have as much access to our music as possible. Absolutely 100%. But there is absolutely no doubt that the fact that all of this was allowed to happen in the early 2000s has had a tremendously negative effect or impact on many of us musicians, you know, who do what we do, and those of us that actually take this seriously, because you know, then that's just one big stream of income that's just no longer there. And it's not just us, it's the bigger bands. You know, you'll even hear a band like fucking Slipknot saying like, oh yeah, we don't make money from album sales. It's like, well, if they don't make it, then we got no fucking chance of doing that. You know what I mean? You know, it's just, you know, and that's the nature of it, you know. So you just have to look at it differently. It's a different world that we live in. But I do think that people just need to, on one hand, I do believe in embracing what we've got going now, as long as the physical side of things will remain. And I think that'll always stay there anyway, because it's in the soul and it's in the blood of what is metal to us. But on the other hand, I just think, you know, just fucking, you know, just understand the dynamics of why we are at where we're at, you know. And if anything, Lars and his people were absolutely right.
Well, I mean, I think you make a good point too, because the thing is, you can piss and moan about it until you're blue in the face now as an artist, but the reality is, rules of the game have changed. You either adapt or you just, you know, are going to effectively damn yourself to a life of misery and discontent. I mean, there's nothing about it is going to change whatsoever. We are where we are.
Sounds perfect for a suicidal black metal band. You know, you should probably actually take that approach 100%.
Yeah, well, suicidal black metal has never really been my vibe. I have to say, I can't think of more than maybe one or two bands that kind of dabble in that genre that I've ever really liked. Because for me, I spoke to somebody else about this the other night. I was talking about like the black metal that really speaks to me, and I think that as much as black metal is something overtly negative in the main, at least on the surface, and it's very aggressive, it's very angry. A lot of the stuff I like always has that undercurrent of empowerment as well, And
Exactly the word. Yeah.
yeah, and I think that, I think of your music. I think that knowing you as well as I do now, your personality and that kind of self empowerment, self agency shines through in the music that you make, and that's kind of what in turn speaks to me. I know you had one of the gentlemen from Mysterium on your podcast recently. I mean, that Mysterium record to me, that again screams empowerment. I mean, it's just complete fucking badassness from start to finish. That's the kind of thing that I like. Suicidal black metal to me, that's the preserve. I mean, suicide generally to me, and I don't mean to cast aspersions of people that if you've got real problems, you've got real problems, and I hope you get the best treatment for it that you possibly can. But I've always seen that as giving up, and giving up to me is weakness. So I don't want anything that glorifies that, because I don't believe in it.
Yeah, this is funny actually that this subject has come up because literally, I mean, I'm guessing this episode is going to come out on Tuesday, just the day prior to that. So by the time people will hear this, there's a new episode of IBLIS Manifestations out where I talk about exactly the same topic.
Oh, really?
And yes.
So by the way, just pause there for 2 seconds. It is very weird how. So before I got on this podcast, I was in the gym this evening, and I was like thinking, okay, what Shayan and I going to talk about? And I literally was like, I was at a blank, and it was exactly the same with all the other episodes that we recorded, including the one where I was on your show. It always, our conversation always seems to just kind of just funnel away into its own, weird tangent very early on. So just an observation.
Absolutely, yeah. It's because I'm comfortable with you, and I think we're comfortable with each other, and there's no need for like bullshit to fucking get to the good stuff. So Here we are. Always a pleasure, man. But anyway, as I was saying, so there should be a new episode of IBLIS Manifestations, which is out now, and that's basically me just talking about mental health, but also what I personally do, and some of the personal protocols, and by no means it's like a fucking science study or whatever, but there's a lot of like also scientifically proven things that are also used in there, and I talk about that in detail. But just the whole thing with suicide, for example, from the outside, if you look at it, you can very much see it as a point of weakness, because in essence, like you could, like, there is truth to that, but I also don't think that's the whole truth, because what generally brings someone there, having been a person who's actually had these kind of thoughts in the past when I've not been happy with things, it's generally a point of wanting to be in a place that's better than where you are now. And the way in which you observe your current circumstances is so low and negative that you would rather be dead than be experiencing the life which you're currently experiencing.
Yeah.
And again, when I say current, that's very, very important, because it's never a permanent feeling. Although for a lot of people, they have it on and off, and then they, eventually they give in. But we're not designed to self-terminate. Even the act of suicide itself is something that you almost have to create an accident for it to happen, right? Just think about like even a gunshot. Think of like what a gun is. If a gunshot was something that would take minutes or like, let's say, half an hour to accomplish, no one would fucking do it. And there is a reason for that. And this is actually quite, perhaps a bit grim, but I've thought a lot about this. But you even think about the situation with like Dead from Mayhem. Now, obviously, I feel really sorry for him. Like, he left a fucking awesome legacy behind. What a fucking stamp and trademark in black metal and music history. I love him and what he did. But at the end of the day, it's really sad because he was just a traumatized kid, basically. But from a very analytical and non-emotional way, if you want to observe his suicide, just the fact that he already had cut himself and it was taking too long, and then it was like it was irreversible. That's when he then had to go for the shotgun. It was the sense of urgency that it created, like, oh fuck, like what is this? You know, like you try and put yourself in that situation, try and think of what that would feel like. And you can perhaps never do that 100%, but again, like I said, I feel like there's a part of me that relates to that, and I feel like self-termination is not something that's inherently within us. So it's more an ideology driven thing, and more importantly, a matter of perspective. You know, like you talked about this before on my podcast when you were saying that when you were going through your first divorce and you were going through a hard time, but then the thing that gave you that sense of light was to kind of just strip everything down, was that perspective, and just to appreciate what you actually have in that moment. And I think that whilst that might seem like a defeat, it's also just the urge to want to be somewhere that you're not at the moment, just anywhere away from where you are. And I understand that part.
They often talk about folks that that have attempted but failed suicide, and they speak about what the person's thoughts were in the lead up to the act. And for many of them, they liken it to being inside of a burning building where you have no choice but to jump out of the 10th or the 20th story window. But again, I'm not. I think I was just reflecting on it as you were talking there. I should draw a distinction. I'm not. If people have genuine issues and they need help, they definitely need to get help, and they have all the love and support from me as they can. I was referring to it more from the perspective of the reason I'm not a big fan of suicidal black metal, aside from the fact that I find the music generally dull, is I don't think wallowing in it is a good answer. You understand what I mean? It's like it's one thing to have issues, and again, hopefully you find what you need to get you over that hump. But I almost feel like with suicidal black metal, there's like a glorification of it to a certain degree. They almost romanticize it, and that's kind of what I just have a natural. It's again, rightly or wrongly, I have a reflexive reaction to that where I go, that's just not. It doesn't align to my view of the world, my view of life. A guy I had on the podcast like ages ago. Must have been like episode 34, 35. I think his name is Mark Weatherhead. He's a tattoo artist in Shrewsbury. I was watching something on his website, and there was a girl that works for him that was recorded, and she was talking about like being attracted to extreme music, like horror movies, stuff about death. And she said something that really hit the nail on the head for me. She was like, for me, it's actually very life affirming. It was something to the effect like, for me, it's actually very life affirming because it reminds me of the fact that my life or that my time on earth is going to be short, and that I need to make the most out of every single thing, every single moment that I have. And that spoke to me because it was like Jesus, that's exactly how I think. And I kind of get why I'm so extreme about it, right? I constantly think about the fact that I'm 43 years old. If I'm lucky and I've got a good run, I've got 35 years left. That's not a lot of time. So you can't afford to fuck around and waste time and wallow in bullshit and wallow in self-pity and stuff like that. You have to make the most of every single second that you have. And I've just had a friend now who passed away of cancer. He messaged me in December and said to me that he'd been diagnosed with something really aggressive. And this past Saturday, I was actually at a different friend's house, looked at my phone, and I started seeing photos of him coming up, and all of a sudden I was like, oh fuck, I know what's just happened. And it's like, cancer just ate away at him over the course of 3 months and took his life. The guy had just turned 50. He literally just got married. So that sort of thing reminds you as well. It's like, you need to, whatever time you have, you need to maximize the value of it, because when it's done, it's done. Like, whether you believe in an afterlife or not, I mean, that's a gamble at best. We just have what's in front of us, and what's in front of us, we need to kind of make the best of.
Very wise words, my man. It's the Friedrich Nietzsche quote. A man who has a why can bear almost anyhow.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm with you 100%. I don't know if I told you this before, but I've even got a fucking noose in the corner of my room, and that's a stage prop that I used before. But the reason why I've got that there is that whatever it is I'm doing, I look at that as a reminder of knowing what the alternative is. So just like you said with that lady, how she said it's life affirming. To me, it's like that too. You know, it's not a sense of glorification, but rather it's understanding that I have free will in the sense that I make my own decisions in life. Of course, I'm programmed to want to survive, but I can override that programming if I need to. However, I understand what the alternative is to everything that I'm doing. So if the alternative is death, then let's live life as best as it can be lived.
Yeah.
And this is exactly the same mindset that drove me to do all of the physical transformation stuff that I did, and it's the thing that drives me to push with Trivax as much as possible, regardless of how futile the path might seem. You know, like this, you know, the song "He Wandered Off to Nowhere." That's exactly what it is. Like the path might seem absolutely futile, but you dedicate yourself to it. You give your life to it. You know, it might not make sense to anyone else in the world but you, and yet you will keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. And that is my attitude. And I think I can actually recognize that we probably share that at this point.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah.
But yeah, and that's an important thing. You know, I think for us, you know, let's put it like this: when you're talking about suicide black metal and people like glorifying it, I know exactly where you're coming from with that, because it's like, well, either do it or don't. You know what I mean? You know, so
Yeah.
it's like just sitting around wallowing in it and then thinking, oh, you know, fuck, oh, suicide is so great, death is great, you know, and it's just like, well, you know, it's almost like you're just refusing to look and take responsibility for things. You know, it's like every day that you exist, you're taking away resources from the planet. You're taking away, you know, and I don't care if you're vegan or whatever, you know, either way, your existence costs the planet resources and energy and land and everything. So why not be respectful to the thing that is giving you a home? That if you're gonna be alive, at the very least, make the fucking most of it, rather than just take your gift of life hostage almost and then just existing in this fucking limbo. Go for it, you know, that like live to the fucking fullest. And this is something that, you know, you can listen to all the fucking YouTube videos and you can all the advice and read all the books you want, but this is something that has to unlock within an individual itself, and that is the real consideration of both life and death and what each one of those things mean. And yeah, and it's a powerful thing, man, once a person gets there, if that is if they do.
I was just about to say, if they get there, because you're in a culture where I would say, especially with men, I mean, there's everything in the culture is geared towards creating a sense of hopelessness in men, which I think is extraordinarily toxic, and I think is definitely one of the reasons why you see men go off the rails to the degree that they do. I mean, I'm very much in agreement with Jordan Peterson when he says the most dangerous thing on earth is a weak man, because a weak man is deceitful. A weak man is going to stab you in the back. He's disloyal. You know, all of the values and virtues that you would expect to see from a good man, quote unquote, a weak man will not possess. And again, I think an awful lot of the framing in the media about masculinity, the fact that they tear down anyone who has even a remotely positive thing to say to men, you know, as though what they're saying is bad by virtue of the fact that they're aiming it at a demographic that they don't like. I think everything is geared towards creating a sense of hopelessness, and I do subscribe to the theory that part of the reason they want to create that sense of hopelessness is because they know that hopeless men don't fight back. They don't have a sense of purpose. all they'll do is just accept every single thing that you give to them. And back to your point about every day that you're on the earth, you take away resources from the planet. I mean, I would also say every day that you're on the earth, you have an opportunity to get your life one step closer to what you want it to be. Or you can sit back and you can fucking jerk off and watch porn and, eat a bunch of bullshit food and use drugs and drink and basically just waste your fucking life and waste your time and waste everybody's time around you. So it's your choice at the end of the day. And it's not a choice anybody else can make for you. It's like, I think sometimes society, like Full Metal Jacket, I think masculine society in particular, I think that there's part of that film that to me is very much an analogy for masculine society. You can be Private Pile and be fucking useless, or you can accept the circumstances that you've been placed into and rise above it.
Absolutely, man. It's not masculinity that's toxic, it's the lack thereof, really.
100%.
And like a lot of us, like, and a lack of masculinity, let's say, for example, one characteristics of that, it's this vacuum situation that people create for themselves, where it's all just self-pity, or like, like I'll sometimes see it, like I'm scrolling on Facebook, I don't do it very often, but then when I am, I'll sometimes see shit where someone is like, I'll just give up with relationships, whatever. And then it's just like, like, I get where you're coming from, but that defeatist attitude is not attractive to anyone. No. But also, I know people, who just want to complain, just so someone will say to them, like, "Oh, are you okay? Oh, you're fine." Like, it's, for example, if someone who keeps complaining that, like I know people like this. So I won't, of course, I'm not naming names, but this is a common characteristics within a lot of fucking people nowadays, where someone will be like, "Oh, I'm so fat, I'm going to the gym and I'm just not losing any weight." All it takes is for you to actually turn around to that person and say, rather than, "Oh no, you're doing just fine," just turn around and say to them, "Yeah, you're a fat piece of shit. Get your fucking shit together and go sort yourself out." If you say that to them, then they will be like, "Oh, well, actually, I think I'm doing quite all right. That's not nice. That's not a nice thing to say at all." And it's like, yeah, well, fuck your vacuum. Fuck this self-pity bullshit. You should be able to self-generate these things. You don't need the pity and the verification of other people to feel complete. You can find that within yourself if you weren't just so goddamn weak, and then that weakness is something that's something that you can develop from. I've not always been the way that I fucking am now. I admit that. I could have been that person 4 or 5 years ago, but I've had to grow past it, and conquer your inner bitch, whatever you want to call it. There's still some of that there. So I'm not perfect, but that mentality where it's almost like you want to tell everyone, like, "Oh, fine, I won't do this anymore, then I give up." And then you expect everyone else to come and be like, "Oh no, it's okay, you will be fine," and it's like you're dropping your own weight so that other people will come and pick you up, rather than be competent enough to carry your own weight, and not just that, but be able to carry that of others too, and lead in the community, rather than just try and pull back down and suck away from it. And I think that's exactly what, as far as I'm concerned, the lack of masculinity looks and sounds like.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. The thing is also, for anybody who's made significant changes in their life, they realize that, or they will be the first to say, as I'm sure you will, and as I certainly can. I mean, it takes a very rigorous degree of discipline to get to that point. It's not something that happens overnight. There's many obstacles along the road. Many times you're going to fail. Many times you're going to falter and kind of pull back. But it's about falling down maybe once and you're getting up 5 more times instead.
That's it.
But again, as you say, I mean, the thing is, it's people have to get to that place in their own mind. You can't force somebody to do it, and it just so happens that human beings are all created differently. Some just don't and never will have the will to get to that point. What I find infuriating in modern society is the fact that truism about human nature and human biology exists, And yet, when people don't seem to, when people don't reach the same outcome as the person that applies the discipline and applies the hard work and puts an extraordinary amount of pressure on themselves to succeed, when they don't achieve exactly the same outcome as that person, then they feel aggrieved. That's unfair somehow.
Yeah.
And that could be true whether it's financially, it could be true whether it's something that they've achieved in music or in arts or physically. That's somehow unfair. And it's like you, no matter how fucking socialist or how much egalitarianism you want to apply to this shit, there are just certain things about human nature and the human condition that's never going to change, ever, no matter what you do, no matter how unfair you think it is.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, the famous quote, comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah.
And I also think it's important to remember that, hey, life's not fair. Like some people will have, like they might have absolute genetic predispositions, or some people might have the opposite. And, just like for myself, like I look at the fact that, like I could very easily feel a victim of the country that I was born in. However, I don't. I see it as a fucking opportunity. I see it as an opportunity that because of the cultural restrictions over in Iran, because of the fact that I had to leave my family at a young age to come here just to fucking play black metal and make no fucking money doing it, where I had no fucking friends here, that is my opportunity. Why? Because it's allowed for a self-development for me, which I otherwise would have never, ever had. And that's allowed me a perspective which I think makes me be able to pull off much more positive things in my life. Like I could think of it like this, or like this is the thing. I don't even walk around with any hatred in my heart of like even of Islam or even the culture back there. I could, but I choose not to. Why? Because it is what made me who I am, and I refuse vehemently that defeatist mindset. I do not accept that within myself to say that life is so hard, it's so bad. It's like, yeah, we know that it is those things, or it can be those things, but let's try and make it better in spite of all of that, and let's try and do it one step at a time. You can't just fucking become something overnight either. But the Iran thing, the older I'm getting, even though it's becoming harder to be away from folks, and like you always have the question, like this was a really big question in my mind when I was in like my early 20s, especially. I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to go back now, and that really bothered me, like there was a part of me almost, right, Jackie? I've never talked about this to anyone, so I'll tell you. There were actually moments. There's one particular moment, I think back in like 2016, I almost went back. I almost like fucking, I'll say it, but I almost pussied out and almost bought a plane ticket and was just going to go back. And that could have been very costly on many different levels. And my safety obviously could have also been in danger had I actually done that. But I never did, because it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for me to be here, and then I might not have access to the same luxuries that I did over there. And I might not have, and this is probably something that surprises people, because they expect Iran to be, like some fucking desert, where we live by a fucking camel and tents, and milk some goat tits or something. But it is not. I can assure you, it's very highly modernized in many senses. Just that it's culturally restricted and has an extremely corrupt government. But I still chose to stay and carry on the path, and I'm glad that I fucking did that, because all of the best stuff has happened since then, and I feel like it's actually the rest of it is even yet to come. And there's not going to be a lot that's going to make me stop pushing now. And all in all, what I'm trying to say is life happens for you rather than to you, and anything you can see it as an opportunity, and just try to improve and ride it out. That's the best way, I think, to
I mean,
approach
there's no shame in admitting you wanted to go back. I feel that frequently when I go to South Africa now, and it's going to get. I will tell you now, it's going to get worse as you get older, because you do miss your family, you do miss your the people that you're closest to, and I don't know how you feel about Iran, but I mean, for me, South Africa is always going to be home. I've lived here for over 20 years now. It'll never change. South Africa is always going to be my home. I will always consider myself a South African first and foremost. And when I was in my 20s, I didn't feel that way at all. I was like, fuck, the country's dead to me. I don't give a shit about the place ever again. And I was like, when I was younger, it was the same deal. When I was in my teens, I was like, can't wait to move out of this fucking shithole. The place sucks. And then you realize when you get older, well, that's firstly, it's a naive and idiotic approach to take. Secondly, you start to realize the benefit or not benefit, you sort of realize the value of family more. You sort of realize the value of your culture and your heritage a lot more. And for example, I don't know whether you, how closely you follow the UFC, but there's a UFC fighter named Dricus du Plessis who made this comment that he was going to be the first real African champion. And everyone is like, oh, he's trying to erase Francis Ngannou and Kamaru Usman. And I thought to myself, you stupid fucking pricks sitting in the States and in the UK saying this. I can tell you right now why he said it. And he said it for the exact same reason that I would talk about, or how I would talk about South Africa. South Africa is absolutely in your blood. I mean, that scene in Blood Diamond where the guy lets the red sand go through his hands, and he talks about how it's in the blood, 100% true. And the reason why he said he'd be the first real African champion was because those people haven't lived in Africa for ages. He does. He trains there. It's still his home. That not to go off on too much of a tangent, but just to say, I get where you're coming from, because there are just certain aspects of it that it'll always be home. And I must confess as well. I mean, I'm ideologically very much opposed to where I see this country going at the moment. I mean, I've kind of made my bed here, right? So my daughter's here, Paige is here. We have a life here. We've got family and animals and all sorts. I'm not moving. So that's just not going to be not something that's going to be possible. Were I younger and I didn't have those constraints, I would have fucked off ages ago. I think the direction the country is going in is absolutely atrocious. Between the 15-minute cities, the fact that we've got a conservative government that's not conservative whatsoever, that's effectively just the US Democrats under different branding. Crime is allowed to fucking run rampant. Every woke idiosyncrasy is indulged to an absolute, crazy degree. But God forbid somebody forgets to, complete their fucking tax return on time, then they're knocking at your door. It's just it like my values don't align, generally speaking, with a lot of the values in modern British society. So again, coming back to what I said about where I feel home in South Africa. I will never feel home in the UK.
Yeah, and the road becomes my bride.
Something like that. I mean, I have said to Paige, look, if it gets to a point where we're being taxed like 60-70%, then we're really gonna have to think about what we do next. I mean, I can't fucking put up with this bullshit for too much longer.
But,
I think we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's one of them things. I have a very complicated relationship with that to begin with. I mean, I very easily could be very critical of Britain. Like, there's so many fucking things I could pick on, but at the same time, I kind of feel awkward about that because, I guess that's kind of confirmation that even though I've been here for such a fucking big portion of my life now, I don't truly feel at home. But I'll also say this, that I know if I went back to Iran, that wouldn't feel like home either. There's a lot of it that I want to see, but you got to think this. I've never existed in the way that I am now in Iran, which is a very, very unusual fucking thing for me, because it's like, I mean, at least for yourself, like, you get to visit. I haven't been back for 8 years now, and the last time I was there, whilst that was probably the best version of me out of all the versions that I've been there, it's nothing like what it is now.
Oh, with the
And
moustache that you've got now, they'll embrace you.
I'll take my
Welcome back, sir. We've missed you.
Assalamu alaikum. But like I could, I could go in and take my tasbih with me, and fucking just give a couple of mashallahs at the airport, and then that's it, straight in. But the thing is, it's like, you know, I miss it, but it's more the people that I miss. But
Yeah.
also, if I were to go there now, I would go there with a degree of almost inquisitive kind of thinking, because it's like one thing I love to do around Britain is we love going and visiting all the different castles, and just the history of this island is so phenomenal, and I feel like I almost care about it more than most people that are actually here, which is wild to me. So I guess I really like that, but one thing I would love to do is to go and view Iran in the same light with that same curious nature which I have now. But as far as it being home, it's in my blood for sure. There's many things where it's like I don't always get along very well with Iranian people. I find it really really weird, but sometimes I guess I kind of appreciate the culture that we have. It's the culture I appreciate more than anything. I feel that, especially being like a black metal artist and being a person who almost like deliberately embraces negativity rather than embrace it in a backhanded way, which I think Iranians do. It's kind of hard to describe that. I don't know. I don't relate to them. We've got very beautiful women over there, so that's that's always a good point. And I'm only allowed to say that because I know my girlfriend doesn't listen to any of my podcasts. But
Yeah.
but all joking aside, it's a very weird concept to me. Like when I said this is the point of clarification I really want to make, is when I say that I was considering to quit. That was 2016. 2016 in my life and the events that have transpired is actually a very, very long time ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that for me is like a lifetime ago because I was an entirely different person then. And I actually don't struggle with that distance as much now. Sometimes there's this alien feeling of like, what if I die here? And my soul misses home. That kind of bothers me, that those kind of thoughts of like, I wish at least someone could take the ashes and then go spread them over there. But then I think I don't like to be cremated because I like to actually go inside the ground, so when the rapture happens, I can come out, and then I still got my gains, So and and so there's all these crazy fucking thoughts that I always have over the years. But for me, it's like the most relatable song is Wherever I May Roam. That's like, where I lay my head is home, and that's how I feel now because I know my mission. He wandered off to nowhere. I've gone. He already departed. I'm on the road, and that's what it's all about. Trivax is my home now, and that's all I care about.
Yeah, and I get what you mean about the history of the country and things like that. I mean, I again, I know it sounds like I'm dunking on the country, and people are going to go, "Oh, if you feel that way, then fuck off back home." As far as I'm concerned, on balance, I've contributed far more than the vast majority of anybody who's going to say that. If you just go by the amount of fucking tax I've had to pay, but for me, it's like a thing of I had an idea of what the country was like before I came here, which is why I came here. I was in the country when the going was for the most part really good. I mean, I remember the glory days of the Mean Fiddler, the London Astoria, just the culture and the excitement of being here. And it is like there are forces at work in this country that are ripping the guts out of anything and everything that made this place great. And in its place is a liberal fucking leftist load of bullshit that we are just forced to take or to swallow whether we want to or not. I mean, again, this 15-minute city nonsense that they're busy imposing in or planning to impose in cities like Oxford and things like that without any consultation with the public. It's just, this is happening. The fact that they leave these Extinction Rebellion and just stop oil clowns to fuck up people's days, stop ambulances from getting to the hospital just because they have this fucking cockeyed idea of what fossil fuels do, and they seem to think they buy into this idiotic idea that we've got 5 years left to live if we don't stop fossil fuel. When in reality, none of those people have ever known a day's hardship in their entire life. They are from overprivileged, rich white homes, and yet feel like they should talk down to all of us. There's a rot that is taken hold of the UK culture, and I just fear I think we're past the point of any return. And sadly, I think we're past the point of any return in the States as well. I mean, I held out some degree of hope until the recent incident. I don't know whether you saw this mass shooting that took place in Nashville.
I did see that.
Transgender person walks into a Christian school, guns down 6 people, including 3 kids. The response from the media is, we're more concerned about the transgender community. They don't even spare a thought for the people that are dead. And the American president jokes about chocolate ice cream at the press conference about that. Now, why that was concerning to me wasn't the action. It was what was lying, or was what undercut the action. And what undercut the action was indifference. And for me, why indifference is so dangerous is, it's one thing to hate somebody. Like, hatred is going to make you kill 1, maybe 2 people, right? Maybe a few more, but it's not going to lead to mass murder, because hatred is a impulsive emotion. And equally, when you hate somebody or you hate something, there's always room for you to go back to loving that person. It's kind of you are the opposite end of 2 extremes. Indifference is what will cause a genocide. Indifference is what will get you to kill 1 million people, 2 million people, 3 million people. If people think that every single Nazi or every single Nazi soldier that killed a Jew, if they think that those Nazis did that because of hatred, they're fucking sorely mistaken. Those Nazis did that because of indifference. They felt nothing for the people that they killed. To them, it was that those people were just expendable. They were bags of meat that were there to be removed. Yeah. And when you start to show that degree, as we've witnessed this week, that degree of indifference to human life, we're on in my view, and I hope to goodness that I'm wrong, but in my view, we are way past the point of any return. The only thing that solves this now, unfortunately, is going to be mass civil conflict.
Yeah, you make a very important and good point about that, actually. I think you're more alluding to the psychology of it, because it's still 100%, technically, you could technically still say that that's an act of hate, no doubt about it. But you're right; it's indifference that allows it to happen. And and you're right, man. Listen,
what I'm talking about is the response to it. The action was definitely the action was the action of a very disturbed human being. And you don't know what they were on from a pharmaceutical perspective. You don't know what had gone on in their lives. It was a sick thing, and I don't think there's anything positive that in my view you should say about somebody that guns down a 9-year-old. But the fact that 3 innocent 9-year-olds were shot, and there were people that were, there was one woman. I think Katie Hobbs, the governor of Arizona, one of her assistants posted this joke meme with a woman pulling out 2 pistols about, this is how we respond to people that spread transgender hate. It's like, this isn't a fucking transgender issue. This is an issue of somebody going in, murdering a bunch of innocent people. You're turning it about something completely, completely in line with your own agenda. But on top of that, the president of your country is so indifferent to the death of 6 people that he thinks it's appropriate to joke about fucking chocolate ice cream. Can you imagine if you're one of the parents of that kid, how pissed off you would be? I don't think I could ever. I could never get over if my daughter's turning 9 in 6 weeks' time. I would never be able to get over it if somebody killed her. But I think that I would get to a point where I'd be like one of the guys on The Purge. If somebody made light of the fact that or made light amidst the situation, which is essentially what happened. I've brought us into a dark place now.
Yeah, Jackie, we're only 50 minutes in, man.
Oh,
What the
exactly.
fuck?
The darkness is still to come. Well, dude, I mean, this is the thing. It's
No,
I
I'm
don't want
with
to
you.
sound like I'm overly emotional or something like that. I'm not.
You're
I'm
not,
just
though. I think you're actually being perfectly rational. That's the
yeah.
crazy thing. I don't think you're being over the top at all. If anything, like you said, I think it's the indifference that's scary about all of it. Um, I mean, there's so many different things here at play. First of all, I think it kind of does prove how indifferent really they are towards the value of human life and the civilization. And you know what? If I want to play the devil's advocate, if you were to be in a government situation where you actually look at the statistics of life and death like they would have done, from that perspective, maybe you would get a little, insensitive towards it. Um, but, or desensitized rather. Um, However, I think, yeah, yeah, this is a fucked situation because this is like, to me, it's the same as how people allowed themselves to wish death upon anyone who wasn't vaccinated.
Yeah,
Like
100%.
I remember seeing it. People who are new and respected, and I'm like, oh yeah, that person. People that I invited on stage to do vocals for us because I respected them, and then I see this person going online saying that, oh yeah, anyone who's not vaccinated, well, you deserve to die anyway, and it's like, what happened? Some fuckery went off here where someone or something created this horrific divide between human beings here, like even like the whole like left wing, right wing thing is totally like out of balance, like as far as values are concerned, I'm with you in regards to what you're saying about like the politics here and things like that and the direction of it. um but what's weird is I'm pretty sure, like I can bet you anything, if you spoke to a liberal person, they would say the exact opposite of what you said. But they would be like, "Oh, this, like we're in this like fucking Nazi country, and then they're so like xenophobic and this and that." You know what I mean? So that
Yeah.
that perspective exists on both sides, and as far as the values of each sides, at least on the political perspective, that's not what it used to be anymore. Like you get left, quote unquote, left wing people, whatever that actually means nowadays. Anyway, I just see that movement now as an extension of big tech and big pharma, and that's what unfortunately that has become. And an extension of, or rather a tool of the military industrial complex, where you've got the same party of people who some time ago were saying that pharmaceutical corporations are cunts, legalize weed, or
Yeah.
stop going to war. Now they're doing the exact opposite of that, and it's very, very strange to me. Like all those other points, I was always like, fuck yeah, like fuck these guys, and I was
Yeah.
always on that side. But that's
Same, yeah.
changed now. Yeah, yeah,
The
and
the
that's
the the
changed.
Overton window has definitely moved significantly because you talk about it in the context of music, right? And
Mm.
I said this on my podcast last week. We fought this battle with the PMRC in the 1980s. We fought for the right, for somebody like Blackie Lawless to sing "Fuck Like a Beast" because the argument was always, if
Yes.
you don't like it, don't buy it. But
Yeah.
now we find that not only is this puritanical movement gaining strength in metal, I mean, it comes in a different guise, but the psychology is exactly the same. Do
Yeah.
what we say when we say it, or else we'll ruin your life. I mean, we see our mutual friend Nas targeted by a bunch of fucking lunatics that, I mean, at best are amplifying disinformation about somebody. At worst, they're just making up shit as they go along. And it's now gotten to a point
Yeah.
where talker have a fucking easier time of getting booked in Scandinavia than Eccles, which is just
But
fucking mind boggling to me.
you spoke to him recently about the
Yeah.
Scandinavian shit. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
wild. It's like you got bands in, like actual Nazi band in Finland that are going ahead, and then they're
As
not.
I was
It's
just about to
wild.
say, so you can have fucking clandestine Blaze play live, but no, not Eccles.
Well, it's really fucking weird, man. I mean, I'm kind of a you know, I know everyone hates this fucking term now, but I am a free speech absolutist. You know, I think you should,
100%.
you know, whatever your ideas are, the more you get to express them, perhaps the more you're likely to find out that they're bullshit too, actually.
Yeah.
Because then, you know, you get to, you know, first of all, you get to get it out of your system. Sometimes, like, you might be thinking something to yourself for years, and only when you say it out loud, you realize, like, oh, that was kind of stupid when it came out. You know, it's
Yeah.
like there's weight to these things, and I'm not saying this is applicable to everyone, and I'm not speaking about anyone in particular when I say this, but this is why I'm a fan of free speech, and I think censorship is a problem. But again, another thing, it was always that the right wing Christians were the ones causing censorship. You know, all the bullshit. You know, like everything. Remember all that court stuff that D. Snyder had to go through in the '80s. You know, where I mean, he absolutely fucking owned them. You know, and fair play to them for that. But all these things, or just even like throughout the years, you know, it's like it's always people coming up to like gigs with signs of like, oh, hey, you know, you guys are playing the devil's music, you know, get the fuck out of here, you know, whatever.
Well, you won't remember this because I don't think you were in the UK yet. But there was a guy that
Yeah.
used to go to every single show that I went to when people were lining up at the to get into the Astoria. He would walk up and down the queue and he'd be like, you know, confess of your sins. And then if like, what's same if I said to him the one day, like, yeah, no, you know what, I'm waiting in line to see Danzig, and as you said this to me, I think you hit a nerve, and I think I'm not going to go to the show. He said, "Well, give me your ticket." I said, "Fuck off, bro."
See, maybe that's all it was. He was just trying to score a fucking free
He's a scalper.
Yeah, that's genius.
But the thing is,
I'm gonna
by
do
the
that.
way, people will not necessarily make the connection, right? But the PMRC that we were just referring to now, the person who headed up the PMRC was Tipper Gore. Tipper Gore is the wife
I
of
was gonna
Al
mention
Gore.
that. Yeah.
And the fucking lunatic nonsense that we have to listen to about you know, their insane approach to climate change. Because again, we can agree that something needs to be done to ensure the earth is preserved, and you know, we're living healthier, and you know,
Fucking
but
100%. Yeah.
but I'm not going to listen to somebody talk to me about how, you know, I can't drive anymore and I need to stop eating meat and I shouldn't fly, who takes a convoy of no less than 3 private jets to fucking Davos to then go and talk about climate change and stopping fossil fuels. Fuck off, mate.
Yeah.
It's a grift. It was a grift in the PMRC. It's a grift in the net zero religion. It's a grift in the critical gender and critical race religion. That's all that it is. And I've said this before. I think in metal, especially, I think it's way past time for people to take a principled stand against this and say, I'm not coming at this from a place of ill intent for anybody. I don't mean this from a place of hate. I have love for everybody, and I think everybody deserves to live their life however they choose.
Yeah.
But I have personal sovereignty over what I listen to. I have personal sovereignty over what I eat. I have personal sovereignty over a whole vast trove of things. And if you don't like that, then don't move in the spaces that I move in. Because I'm not coming into the spaces that you occupy and telling you, don't do this, don't do this. Your hair offends me. The look on your face makes me sick to my stomach. You're a fucking fat slob. I can't stand you. As you can see, I have resentment for them, but I bottle it
feel
in.
it. Yeah.
No, I'm joking about that, but it's you understand what I mean. It's like, you leave people the fuck alone, and if you don't want to, then this should. I mean, what we should be doing is speaking up and saying there is no room for you in the scene if that's how you're going to be. We had this fight in the '80s. We should not have to have this fight again, and yet here we are.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think the problem is once you accept something like censorship, it's like the use of chemical bombs in warfare. It's not just one side that gets to use them. Now it's game all the way. So if you're ever in a situation where your ideology or whatever it is that you stand for are now in the minority, that now means that the same could happen to you. And I don't think that's a good thing either.
No.
What has to be the case, and it's not perfect, but what really needs to be there is some kind of a balance where everyone's allowed to express themselves. what, it doesn't matter what the fuck you think, just being able to express yourself, I think does a lot for a person. How much do you think you and I have developed as human beings in the last few years just by doing these podcasts? And just the
Oh,
fact that
definitely, without a doubt.
just the fact that you get to speak your own mind rather than just keep everything to yourself, because it makes you formulate better ideas. It makes you formulate better thoughts, better conversations. And these things are necessary for all of us. And many people don't get that opportunity. All they got is just the sheer bullshit that they get fed through their social media screens, or feeds or whatever. And that's not really good, and like I said, you might think that oh, you're like all these right-wing people, everyone's this, everyone's a phobe, like anything that you don't disagree, if you find
Yeah.
someone that you don't disagree with, just throw every single phobe under the sky that you can find at them. And and by the way, as well, I would just personally, I would probably find that I agree more. The thing I agree with the most is that people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do, be whoever the fuck they want to be, that makes them happy. That's my belief, right? But that shouldn't be just exclusive to, like, okay, well, one group of people that I agree with, not that other group. But no, that should be for everyone. As long as, providing it's not harming anyone else. I really don't know why this is so hard for people to understand. People who are promoting that same thing, yet it only applies to certain groups and then not others. It's like, well, why? Well, what the fuck is the difference? What if you were in a situation where you were in the weak minority, wouldn't you at least hope that those people would still give you the benefit of the doubt, or at least the opportunity and the chance to express yourself? And this is exactly the polarization that's going to be the fucking problem. Like, I worry, Jackie, that there's going to come a time, and I'm going to say this now, I really, really worry that there will be a time where, like, let's say we've moved past the woke bullshit that's going on now. However, the extreme left woke ideology has left such a bad taste in everyone's mouths, because it is, it's the loud minority at the end of the day, but most people are just going with it just for the sake of it. I worry that there will come a time that the retaliation to that is going to be so strong that the majority may actually accept and embrace real fascism.
So funny you mentioned that, because this is a conversation I had with a friend of mine that the other day. I actually said to him, I didn't say fascism. I said, can you imagine that people get to such a fucking at such a degree of frustration and anger and resentment? Because where I differ with you slightly is I think this is a very vocal minority, and I think society is kowtowing to them, and I think the vast majority of people, one, are feeling intimidated and they don't want to openly speak about things, but two, as I said, as that resentment build, the cycle
just to clarify, that is what I was saying, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's actually what I meant by that.
Yeah. So as those people are growing more resentful, they grow more hateful. What that potentially lays the sod for is for, realistically speaking, whole countries or whole communities in Europe, for example, being fully willing to accept Sharia law, because they'll go, I'd rather have this shit than this other fucking psycho nonsense. I mean, even like, I must be honest with you. I went to Dubai recently, and it's not Sharia law there, but I mean, it's still fucking, it's strict by comparison to the rest of Europe, and
it's stricter than you think it's gonna be. Yeah,
exactly. And moving around
like
in the place, I thought to myself, this is fucking brilliant. No one's an asshole to each other. Everyone leaves each other alone. There's order. There's not graffiti all over the place. There's not trash lying all over the place. I was like looking at just looking at the way things are maintained and things are done. The place is just run properly. And and what I can definitely see at some point, happening. And I mean, you'll know more about this than I do, but I remember hearing somebody talk about the Muslim Brotherhood like years and years ago, and they were talking about how one of the like cornerstones of their strategy was to take advantage of the fallacies and the weaknesses of Western liberalism. And I thought to myself, like, this is almost like playing out in, we're seeing it play out in real time. It's like they're going to see this. They're going to see this happen. People are going to go, we're fucking sick and tired of this. We need an antidote to it. And exactly as you say now, the antidote is going to be so extreme that when they finally get into the reality of what they've voted for, what they've supported, it's like, well, now it's too late.
100%, man. That's exactly my worry as well. And I almost have a feeling that someone listening to this now could be thinking, well, it's only just Muslim standards. Nothing wrong with that. Try go living in a fucking Muslim country. Motherfuckers.
See, my problem is I don't really like the taste of halal meat very much. So that's one issue. Can't live without pork either. I can't live without bacon. I mean, I have a couple of Muslim friends, and I actually think their values and things like that I'm very much on board with. I like all of the guys that very much. But
actually,
yeah, as you say,
no, I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say this. And I've actually, I've actually recently had heat from people in Iran over such statements. But here's the deal. I have had my clashes with Islam. I still do to an extent. But as far as the practices of the religion, when it's one person, great, right? It does need to modernize, no question about it. But as far as some of the actual conservative values that are within that religion, as far as the discipline, like if you as a person wake up and choose that I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to drink alcohol anymore, I'm not going to, I'm not going to look at women who I'm not married to in an inappropriate way anymore, I'm not going to eat this type of meat, I'm going to practice fasting, I'm going to practice gratitude, prayers, just to get closer to my God, then to me personally, I'm like, fucking great for you. What an awesome thing to do. That's a virtue right there. Great for you. I hope it works out well for you. And I hope that you become a better person because of it. If anything, I now personally actually follow. This is the crazy thing, Jackie. I actually do most of those things myself. I'm not a Muslim. I have very different viewpoints, or at least a focal point of focus, whatever the fuck that means. But for me, I actually practice very similar disciplines than what is in the Quran. However, you try and mix that with politics, it's like dropping a fucking menthol pill in a bottle of Coke. It's not going to fucking work. It's a terrible combination. Terrible. It's bad for everyone because the moment you give that power to the state to have that kind of fucking control over your life, you are fucked, my friend. You are absolutely fucked. And this is the problem, that I don't think that people over here who've lived about as freely as you could, obviously, the government here, I can talk about how they kill you with a fucking, we've got this saying in Farsi, in Iran, where it's you say that you kill someone with cotton, and that's kind of like the British government are the absolute professionals at that, because the system here, how the housing system, the mortgage system, the retirement system is built up, is exactly that. They're just, you're being used as a battery in society. However, on a cultural scale, you still have a lot of freedoms, like how you're talking about going to the Astoria in London, things like that. That's awesome. But that will all go away. You put a religious or a form of theocracy in charge, all of that goes bye-bye. And these are exactly the things that we've all fought very hard to be here for. Like when I'm talking about quote-unquote fascism becoming a popular thing, all these things that people have fought for over the years, be it gay rights, women's rights, all these other things, people will now look at that and think, well, you people represent that, so fuck you and fuck that thing. And that would be a terrible terrible thing to happen. But if they keep pushing in the direction that they keep pushing, I do fear that that might actually happen someday. We might look at it now and it might be what it is, and you and I might feel that, oh fuck, like it doesn't feel like you can be comfortably expressing yourself anymore, which of course neither of us self-censor anyway. But in the case of most people, many people do, and I really worry that if the whole woke thing keeps pushing and keeps poking the bear the way that it is, there's gonna come a day where they're gonna have price to pay, and that is going to be also at the cost of freedom and freedom of expression, which would be a fucking terrible disaster if that happens.
Well, that's the thing. Like I've heard a lot of people talk about this, and if you think it through, I mean, it makes total sense, right? At the far end of each extreme, like if the far end of leftism is communism, and the far end of right wing is fascism, they're ultimately the same thing. Government controls everything. You have no personal agency over your life. You're a fucking you are utterly expendable. Your freedoms are massively limited. Main thing is government controls everything. I definitely feel like there's a battle right now for one of the two extremes to win. There's not a whole lot of people or a whole lot of voices speaking out in the middle, speaking out in favor of freedom, like the day of Ronald Reagan, talking about government by the people, for the people. I mean, there's not a lot of people talking about that anymore.
No.
I mean, I would argue Ron DeSantis in Florida is, but then again, I don't necessarily see him potentially having a chance to win, because I just think the way that, even if he did win, the organism of the American government, the deep state, is just, it doesn't matter who's in that seat, they're going to go a certain way. I mean, Peter Zion, who I follow a lot, he was talking the other day on his channel about how Biden and Trump, basically in terms of policy, at least foreign policy, almost exactly the same. Nothing has changed. So it's like, that kind of gives you an idea of, like, it doesn't matter who's in, Kamala Harris AOC could be in government. I mean, it would be, sadly, that would make America a laughing stock, but more so than with Biden. But the organism is still going to be headed in this exact same direction. Still going to be pro-war. Still going to be beholden to the military-industrial complex and big pharma. And by the way, you were talking earlier about people that were wishing others dead for not taking the vaccine, but now it starts to be revealed that, and I was trying to find the actual data here for you, but there's a lot of research being done in the US now. Oh, here we go. Bombshell vax analysis. So this is on this is sort of Zero Hedge. It says here, bombshell vax analysis finds $147 billion in economic damage, tens of millions injured or disabled. Let me share this so you can what's that?
That's the side effects of getting the jab.
Yeah. So bear with me 1 second.
May as well have gone for the uppercut, huh? That's fucking terrible. I don't know why I do this.
So there it is. Can you see that? So bombshell vax analysis finds 147 billion in economic damage, tens of millions injured or disabled. A new report estimates that 26.6 million people were injured, 1.36 million people disabled, and 300,000 excess deaths can be attributed to COVID-19 vaccine damages in 2020 alone, which cost the economy nearly $150 billion. And that's not bullshit. I mean, that's it's done by a research firm, a legit research firm, operated by a guy that used to work for BlackRock previously, who's, I mean, as deep state as it gets. And that's just in the US.
This genuinely makes me feel so sad right now, because, this is this on the record, like, this is the worst I told you so of my life ever. I'd never want 100%. To experience something like this. Actually, there's a few things I know about this, but I actually can't talk about it. Maybe I'll tell you sometimes, but there's a few things I know in regard, like, this doesn't surprise me. This doesn't surprise me at all.
The thing is, I'm double vaxxed. I was only ever double vaxxed because we wanted to travel.
Did you get it right after you had it, by the way? Because I remember it hit you pretty hard, and then you decided you
Yeah, so
wanted to get it
I had it
afterwards.
in September, and I got it in. I had got the vaccine in like October and December, I think. So I had it right after I was vaxxed. Sorry, right after I had it. But I mean, the thing about it is, again, you talk about growing up with, in a old school liberal home. One of the first things you get taught growing up in any home where your parents were kind of what you would deem classically liberal. Don't trust the fucking government. Don't trust
Yep.
farmer. That's like commandment 1 and 2, which is again why when this bullshit started, I was like, yes, I'm going to get it, but like, how is anybody trying to intimate that these people have your best intentions at heart? They don't. They never have. Demonstrably, never have.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's a business, and a business only operates in the trajectory of just making more money. That's its purpose. A business is hardwired to do that. And when you have something like that, like when you can talk about like natural immunity or like taking cold baths, having vitamin D, where there's not much money to be made from that. So let's
No.
just like put all this shit in everyone's systems. And you know, there's some really tricky information here. I fucking hate the fact that I can't tell you what I know, but there are things that I already knew. I'll tell you, Jackie. I can tell you that already back in February 2021, I knew for a fact that these things were not good for people. I didn't know the exact numbers of statistics back then, but I knew that they weren't good for people. I knew that when Boris was still in charge at the time, and when he was coming out saying we're keeping an eye out on any issues or anything like that, I know for a fact that he was lying. And when I'm saying this, notice I say I know, not I think or I feel. I know.
Yeah.
And that's about as far as unfortunately I can go with that. I'm really sorry, but this it's a very unfortunate situation. It makes me incredibly sad because it turns people against one another. It's done a fucking phenomenal job of turning people against one another. However, there's one thing I will say. Rather than be mad at each other or even mad at ourselves, because listen, man, anyone who's had the vaccine, or anyone who has had it and then stopped taking it, anyone who's had it but now regrets it, anyone who's had it and continues to have it and feels good about it, they think it's the right thing to do. From the bottom of my heart, I never ever want to make any of them feel bad about their decision.
Oh, same. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying you're an idiot for taking it. Like I said, I took it myself, and I had my reasons. But I think again, the one of the things I find frustrating about modern society is the absence of being able to think critically. And you could look at the situation, you could go, I'm gonna take it, but I have caution over doing so, and here is why. Point number one: there are literally hundreds every single year of lawsuits filed against pharmaceutical companies for injuries caused or side effects caused by their products. Point number two:
what's that thing that Pfizer made? Was it Vioxx or something? And then 60,000 people died because of it. And
Pfizer make Prozac, and Prozac's number one side effect is impotence, and their number two highest selling drug is Viagra. So that just tells you everything about how it works. You seriously telling me that there wasn't some consideration given to the fact that, hey, if myocarditis is a side effect of the vaccine, we're going to have heart medication we can prescribe to people. That's exactly. I mean, there's no one's ever going to be able to convince me otherwise because it's 100% a fact.
I think I listened to, and I'm obviously paraphrasing here, but I've listened to, I believe, Brett Weinstein talk about this before, and him and his wife, they have a fantastic podcast. It's Dark Horse Podcast. I love their shit. They're two incredibly intelligent people. But one really terrifying thing that he was describing was that when you've got myocarditis, one of the things that happens is that this actually creates scar tissue, I believe, inside the arteries. And when you get something like that, that just it's not something that gets reversed, because it's
No.
like essentially like scar tissue, and you're getting it at a very, very tricky spot.
I'm
And
a complete hypochondriac, mate. So I'd read up about that because I was terrified that I
sure,
had it. Because after I had COVID, I was like really like short of breath for a while. And when I had Nas on the podcast, I spoke to him about like this one night where I literally dreamt I was about to have a heart attack, and like my heart's like,
yeah, I
and I
remember. I
was like,
listened to that. Yeah, yeah, I remember.
yeah. And I mean, I was fucking 1,000,000% convinced I was about to die of a heart attack. And then after that, for whatever reason, it's kind of gone away, and I've started to feel a lot better. And I
Do
don't
you do
see the
much
impact.
sauna?
No.
You should. You
Oh
really
yeah.
should, man. Yeah, yeah. Sauna is fucking, you know, it's one of the better things for your cardiovascular health. See,
Mm,
if you've got your diet and exercise in order, sauna is the next fucking thing you want to do. And ideally, you want to do it later on in the day as well, because the heat makes your body want to cool off, and at
mm.
nighttime you want to have colder body temperature. This is
Yeah, yeah.
obviously a
So you could
different
sleep.
thing. Yeah, and you actually sleep like a fucking baby, So the one thing I've been doing recently is doing more cold plunges, and I've been fucking loving it, man. It's so good. It's a different challenge that I never had before. That's great for you. That's great to have earlier on in the day, but there's a lot of different studies and things on like if your cardiovascular system is something that you might be even slightly concerned about, implementing sauna, especially in the evening, can be fantastic for you. I would just also say to it would be good to implement electrolytes with it as well, because you do lose a lot of sodium, and
Yeah.
you sweat a lot basically. So yeah, definitely look more into that, and
Yeah, no, I'll
make it
definitely
a
do that.
habit
I
if
mean,
you can.
I said when I was in South Africa this last time, the water was fucking freezing in the ocean,
Yeah,
but I really enjoy swimming in the ocean over there because it's really rough, and yeah, I think it's really fun. But so
awesome.
I mean, it was like 11 degrees centigrade, but with how cold the water was, I've never felt better in my life, never.
You
Like
feel amazing. Yeah,
you feel fucking fantastic. You feel so energized. You feel strong. You feel leaner. You just feel like an absolute $1,000,000. Or you're like the old man pains and stuff that develop in your back and gone. Like nothing, literally nothing, no issues whatsoever. I felt
it's
like I was 10
one
years
of
younger.
it's one of the things that kills inflammation like nothing else.
Yeah.
I did a cold plunge yesterday, and I was in such a fucking good mood afterwards. And the reason why I did it is because I felt like coming up with something, and it kind of reminded me of a little bit of the COVID. But see, I remember.
The
But
COVID.
yes, um, and it's fantastic, man. You're feeling like such a good mood. I've done 5 minutes 29 seconds in a
Mm.
uh, like a bath that's as cold as it can get, a shower. But yeah, I recommend it, man. It's because it activates all the brown fat in your body, and then your body basically goes into survival mode. Um, it's just great. It's great. I really need to do it more. The only thing is, they say to not do cold exposure or like cold plunges and whatnot after working out, because it kind of puts a halt to the hypertrophy. Especially if you're trying to get muscle gains and
Yeah,
whatnot.
yeah, yeah.
It kind of halts that whole situation. But if you do it like early in the morning and then work out later and then have sauna in the evening, fucking, you're onto a winner, man. That's really,
It
really
halts
good
it
combination.
halts the steroid flow to your muscles.
Sure. You
so,
taking
so
anything at the moment?
no, no, not at all.
Just death metal.
Just just death metal and steak. That's the main thing.
There you go.
I just as we were talking earlier about Sharia law and all of that craziness, I was going to ask you. I know you spoke about it pretty openly on all your social media when it was happening, but the protests in Iran, that happened some time ago. What was your take on that? Is this like
Well,
is this like you suddenly have to go into like witness protection mode and stuff?
no, because I'm not afraid to speak my mind. Um, but I think a more important question for me, rather than what's my take on it, it's what are my feelings about it, like how it makes me feel, you know. Because a take is like, it's almost like it's an external projection or a solution. We should do this, we should do that. The government's evil. Fuck those guys. That would be like a take, but for me, it's knowing what I know and feeling the way I do. So, as far as the laws in Iran are concerned, I've always been against them. I've always been against hijab. The fact that it is mandatory. Well, I'm against the fact that it is mandatory. If you want to go wear hijab or like, you know, cover yourself in a fucking sleeping bag and roll down the street, fucking no problem. You got free choice.
Yeah.
You know, but when it's mandatory and like for the entire sets of reasons that I mentioned earlier about, you know, about just having free choice, and then if you want to follow a religion for yourself, fucking great. But why, and that is problem when it's mixed with politics and the state dictates that, and let alone in the case of Iran, which is a theocracy, it's not a good thing. I've known many people in my life who have suffered because of it. Again, I could consider myself as one of them.
I was just about to say, I mean, you've been at the sharp end of that as well.
I have. Not as bad as some, because I'm still breathing and still get to talk and still get to, and then the fact that I actually get to criticize it is pretty important. But, you know, there are those that have had it a lot worse than I have. I've known people, you know, that I've known people who got fucking tear gas just for normal protests, like family members who are like the friendliest, nicest people. And there are there's a lot of things that can absolutely infuriate me about the Iranian government, and they are 100% corrupt. As far as what happened with that girl, you know, I don't know how they had this information that she was definitely beaten to death. Maybe there's footage of this. I haven't seen that. I've seen lots of other videos of this happening, but just, you know, and it's a fucking really tragic thing that it's happened. And in one hand, I am extremely glad that the world finally got to see, oh, this is how Iran treats its own people, all in the name of their fucking religion, which at the end of the day is more just their power, because that's what a theocracy is. They're called the Islamic Republic for a fucking reason. However, there's a series of things that really concern me about this. And I have to watch what I say here. And not in the sense of censoring myself, but just expressing myself correctly. So being you understand exactly.
Being precise in your speech.
There we go. Indubitably. But, you know, the thing with Iran is Iran's one of the only two countries in the world where the banking system is not owned by anyone. And the other country is North Korea. Number one. Number two, something really suspicious about the type of media coverage that this whole business got, right? Meaning that it had a signature style to it. That signature very much reminded me of the George Floyd protests. What do I mean when I say that? Well, it seemed that whatever was happening fed a narrative, a very precise one at that. And it's that we want government reform. And to be honest, for many years, a lot of us have said, I've said it, you know, that we need a different government to the one that's in place. Now, you can look at all of the protests that have been happening over in Iran. And you know what? My heart goes out to the fucking brave motherfuckers that are going on the streets, risking their lives just because they want a taste of freedom. And they got really close. It's not as heavy as it was a few months ago now, but they got really close. Like the Iranians, they almost took over, I think, Shiraz, one of our, I think it was Shiraz. They almost took over. That's a big fucking deal. On one hand, I feel that, say there's a multitude of things. On one hand, I feel that, let's call it the West, the powers that be, are not doing enough to help Iranian people, which is true. You know, they're not doing enough. On the other hand, I also feel like they're pushing, but in a very peculiar way, you know, because it was only just a month or two after those protests started where I think the Biden administration were actually having a meeting with the folks at the Islamic Republic. Now, I may be wrong about that information, but this is how I recall it. So, with that being said, as much as that event is tragic, and you know, and like I said, could because no one ever questioned that, you know, and I am questioning it from the point of the devil's advocate. You know, I've had, you know, every woman on the streets of Iran that's been arrested and tortured because of not wearing hijab properly. They're like my own sisters, and that enrages the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
But I have to be smart enough to emotionally detach myself so that I can question things in that way. So, you know, I mean, they gotta go. The government, they have to go, right? There's no disputing that. But I am just very concerned because this seems to me that there's at least some degree of orchestration behind it, where you've got people. This is something a lot more deeper and I feel sinister happening here, where you've got people like Billie Eilish. The fuck does she know about Iran? Coming on stage and running with a fucking Iranian flag about it. Something or someone with influence is feeding this image in the West. And perhaps that's done for a good reason too, you know, but it just makes me extremely suspicious because it feels to me that the Iranian people are simply a tool here in the middle of some weird fucking geopolitical warfare. And that the further we go in this, because you got to think, I think Islamic Republic, they're like a cancer. They're so deeply ingrained in that country that I almost feel like Iran wouldn't survive if you were to take them out. They're like a tumor. If you had surgery and took the Islamic Republic out, I don't know if the country will then survive after this. And of course, there's a lot of people hard at work, you could say, that are trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But you got to remember, they have access to a lot of weapons. They have a lot of power in their hands, and a lot of influence and a lot of deals, you know, like fucking Khamenei just, you know, he had a $40 billion deal with Putin. You know, you have to think about these things. So what this situation, in conclusion, makes me feel is sadness and pity for the Iranian people, that they're obviously fighting for freedom, but I guess maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see there being a good resolve for them at the end of it, whichever way this goes now, because it's already too far in. So let's say, hypothetically, let's say they overthrow the Iranian government. That on paper actually sounds fucking great, because it means I can finally go there and play a concert, which is my life dream to fucking do, you know. And I want nothing, not just for my own selfish reasons, I want nothing but for the Iranian people to be able to live and exist in society freely. But you and I, we're living in that free society, supposedly, and look at what we are saying already about what's going on here. So that concept of freedom is not quite what I thought it was whilst I was in Iran. It's far more complicated than that. It's not just
Well, I
down
mean,
to
the saying is, again, I think this was another Ronald Reagan quote: "Freedom is one generation away from extinction."
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I
So,
get that. Yeah. I'm with you on that. And of course, the other side of that would be the Iranian people don't succeed, the Islamic Republic stays. That's not going to be good for them either, because this friction, this tension has already happened. If a revolution is not going to happen now, it'll never happen again. And I feel that they may forever be enslaved by that government. And here's another thing. I am pretty certain, I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty certain the Islamic Republic they must have known from day one that they got in that position of power. Those few people on top, obviously starting with Khomeini, and then you had Rafsanjani, and then all these other people. They must have known that at some point people are going to say, hey, hold on a minute, this is kind of bullshit. We don't want this anymore. And I think they planned that part they must have already come up with plans, and only now I think they're using some of them. They must have like a list of here's step 1, here's step 2, here's step 3. Because at the end of it, even though they shot and killed innocent children, which they did, they killed kids. They shot kids in the fucking head, like the fucking cowards that they are. But they still didn't use that much force in the grand scheme of things. And it makes me think, like they're in this for the long run. And the Iranian people, I don't think, I don't want to disbelieve in them. I really want them to succeed and just have a better fucking future or world. But I don't, like something in my stomach just keeps telling me like something's not right here. There's like, this is like everything that we always wanted. I always wanted to see this happen. I always, ever since I was a child in Iran, I always wanted to see a revolution there where that government would no longer be in power and we would have freedom. Women wouldn't have to wear hijab anymore. Because it's like so many Iranians are like almost genocidally anti-Islam now, which is a very important thing, at least a very important lesson to keep in mind for the endeavors in the West. But I just have a bad feeling. I have a very, very, very bad feeling about this. So when you see me go on stage and raise the Iranian flag, all that means is power to the people, power to the Iranian people. Our hearts are with them because I don't think they're in a good fucking situation. And the least we can do is celebrate the freedom that we have over here, at least to the extent in which we do, and dedicate our love and our energy and our passion and but also our anger to them in a positive way. That's all we can do. I'm not saying this specific plan of, hey, people of Iran, go to this specific city and take over this military barrack and I'm definitely not defending the Iranian government. But what I am saying is power to the people. That's what that flag means when I take it on stage.
There's definitely parallels, I think, in the way that the narrative was crafted and the way that the drums were beaten between Iran and the build up to the Iraq War, especially the second Iraq War. I think that was one of my great moments of awakening to what was going on around me. And the people refer to it as the Matrix, people refer to it as the deep state, whatever you want to call it. I remember being here in the UK, and there was generally negative sentiment towards joining the war effort, and then there was an incident where, so two things happened. One, there was a blackout that blanketed the entire London. This never happened in the UK since I've been here. Like never, like full scale blackout, no power anywhere. So that happened. And then the next thing that happened is they announced that they had pulled tanks onto the runway at Heathrow because they were sure that imminently there was going to be a Muslim suicide bomber flying a jet into Heathrow, and they were going to shoot them out of the sky.
I've seen about all of this. Yeah. I
well, exactly.
I don't think I was here, but yeah, I remember.
Yeah, this was like 2000. This was 2002.
Yeah.
And then shortly after these two incidents, there was a poll run on the British public's sentiment towards the war effort, and all of a sudden 68% of them were in favor of it. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, there's fuckery afoot here. There's bullshit going on here. And I remember, when the war just started, they had this fucking sniveling idiot on Good Morning TV. Anyone who's in the UK knows GMTV. And he's sitting there, and he's you're surveying these scenes of just cities devastated, turned to rubble from the naval strikes and the airstrikes and stuff. And this guy is sitting there saying, "Oh, would you look at that? Can you imagine, the sort of beautiful holiday resort that might make one day?" And it was a little bit like the mostly peaceful protests yarn that they spun on CNN, back in the George Floyd protests. It was like, dude, are you looking at the same thing that I'm looking at?
Yeah.
You can feel the way you want to about Saddam Hussein, but like the big thing for me is I remember watching footage of what was going on the ground, and you hear the gunfire and the bombs and stuff like that. I thought to myself, like, can you imagine being a family sitting in your house, hearing that shit, and at any moment that could come through my roof, it could come through my window, it could come through my wall, my family killed. So I'm absolutely with you as well. When I definitely think there's something sinister afoot when it comes to the Iran thing. I'm completely aligned with you in terms of you want the best thing for the people. You want freedom for the people that live there. And from every single thing I've seen, including enjoying the company of the man to my immediate right on the screen right now. I think Iranian people are some of the highest quality, greatest people you ever meet. But again, is it better for them to be collateral in a geopolitical struggle between the West and Iran, or is it better for them to deal with the predations of the Islamic Republic? Now, that's a very difficult question to answer. But I will say this as a side note: it was interesting when the propaganda effort ran in full swing. I laughed at how many people who would previously have amplified drivel, like Linda Sarsour, calling the hijab a symbol of freedom, all of a sudden they're on the side of women's right to take the hijab off. It's like she's literally praising the very symbol of subservience to men. And you guys think, oh, this is wonderful. She's such an inspiring figure. And then 3 years later, you all have selective amnesia.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. First of all, I appreciate about what you said in regards to us. I think, it's just one of them things, like when you think, like, Iran is not isolated. It's not like Iran is the only thing that's over there in that region of the world. So, and you gotta think, people like Netanyahu going and having meetings with the guy, having meetings in France, and having all these talks about potential military fucking movements and things. It is crazy where that could really lead. But on the other hand, Jack, what's fucking wild? Like, I'm constantly like playing the devil's advocate here, because the more I think about it, I have no sides other than just my care for the people. Because you think of like the fucking, like, even when we were in school, they were coming to us, like religious teachers, like I actually kicked a bottle of piss at one of the Quran teachers in high school, and almost got totally fucked for it. But I had someone come and like shouting in my face because I was laughing at him for telling me that it was planned.
I'm about to say, in fairness, if you lived in South Africa and did that, you would have gotten an ass whooping as well.
Yeah, well, they were threatening to call the police, but I think the only reason why they didn't do it is because that would have cost their school's entire reputation, to find that, oh yeah, some fucking Satanist 15-year-old kicked a bottle of piss at a fucking Quran teacher. There's like no bigger fucking shame than that, really. But one day I'll tell you about the story of how I also played Marduk's Baptism by Fire on guitar inside an Islamic praying room back in 2010. So to a group of about 30 kids, and they all started clapping at the same time. So the thing with Iran is that you know, like even like we had teachers coming up to us in the middle of class saying, you know, like really, you know, certain, being like, yeah, one day we will destroy Israel, and one day we will have our revenge. And it's like, that's the shit we get in our schools, you know. Now you can even go as far as like agreeing with that statement, but that's the wild fucking world that we live in over there, you know. Like it's just like this conflict. It feels like it's been brewing for years, you know, and it's like I don't know, man. It's very worrying, and so here's what I think. I think pushing the Islamic Republic to a point of extinction, if you want to call it, may actually prompt them to destroy Israel on the way out, and perhaps even everyone else. And I think like it's one of them things. I feel like maybe not everyone talks about it, but I think everyone kind of knows that. So perhaps parts of the plans of destabilizing Iran come from that angle. Who knows?
Could be.
It could very well be the case. I just don't see how that serves the Iranian people. Because let's say if, you know, they do get rid of that government and then somehow miraculously they all just leave, what's going to replace them? Look at every example in history where a government's been replaced, you know. And I hate the Islamic Republic, but well-being of Iranian people, the fuck's going to happen if they go?
Well, right? Look what happened when the Ba'ath Party was replaced in Iraq. Absolute disaster. I remember having a conversation with a guy one night in one of my my hedonistic evenings when I was still working for a particular recruitment agency in the city of London. The guy was dropping me off late at night,
and we were talking. Jousting couch, yeah.
Yeah. So we busy talking, and he was like, yeah, no, I'm from Iraq. I moved away right before the war began. He's like, you know, every single one of us absolutely hated Saddam Hussein, but all of us respected the fact that he kept everybody in line, because he says, like, now that he's gone, there's no one to keep anything under control anymore. So it's this vacuum. People are fighting for power, and so therefore, again, the collateral damage amongst the civilians is exponentially higher than it might otherwise have been.
Yeah, exactly. Look at Egypt. Look at Libya. I mean, all those leaders were cunts, you know. I mean, now you'll see a lot of people. It's kind of wild to me. Like if you search any interviews with like Gaddafi or even with like Ahmadinejad. Ahmadinejad at the time was the fucking most hated person in the world. But all of the YouTube comments are positive. People are like, oh, wow, what a smart man. And these are mostly like Westerners. It's like, it's fucking wild. Like where,
well, dude, I mean, I think the real sick thing is there's a significant movement of Westerners on Twitter, you know, Americans again, and people in the UK, mostly overprivileged, spoiled white brats, that are praising Stalin, saying he was a wonderful man and the gulags were actually a great place. It was CIA propaganda that it was terrible for you to be there. And it was lies that he killed as many people as he did. I mean, even though it's a matter of record, there's so much evidence for it. It's fucking completely and utterly overwhelming. And speak to anyone from Russia and they'll tell you how much they hate him and what he did to the country.
It's yeah, that the communist thing is like, oh yeah, well, it's never worked because it's never been done right before. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we've just never done it right. It's like, okay, sure, whatever you say, man. Yeah, if that's good to you, you know. And that's another wild fucking thing. Like, it really pissed me off because we went to do a show at the, I don't know if I should name. I'll name it. We went to do a show at the Rebellion in Manchester. Really nice venue. I actually love playing there, and they got a great sound. I've been to lots of great shows. Seen Marauder there a couple of times. But I was there, and towards the end of the show, I noticed that some fucking cheese dick had put a fucking hammer and sickle sticker at the top of the stage facing the audience. And I thought, you fucking piece of shit, you know. But then it made me think. I was like, I bet you that if someone had put a swastika on there,
there'd be outrage, mate. We'd still be hearing about it every single day, you know, to this day.
Yeah. And that's not even, you know, I I'm not defending that, but I'm saying they
No,
should have the same response. They should have exactly the same reception. But the fact
I
that they
totally agree.
don't says a very worrying and concerning thing about the state of things, or at least the mindset in the UK, which perhaps goes in line with what you were saying earlier. So something to
Well,
keep an
again,
eye
it's
out for.
because people cannot critically think for themselves, so they follow whatever nonsense is forced into their brains by mainstream media, by the idiots that they listen to music wise, or the celebrities that they follow, or the I mean, even worse, the TikTok influencers
TikTok.
that they follow. But I mean, there's to me absolutely no debate about whether or not the hammer and sickle should be considered a hate symbol. It is a fucking hate symbol.
Yeah.
In the Great Leap Forward alone, there were 30 to 45 million Chinese people that died. Not to mention the tens of millions of people that died during the Russian communist regime during the Soviet Union. So there's
All the
no
people who died of fucking starvation.
yeah,
Fuck, what worse way to go,
die of
especially in such
starvation
big masses.
in the gulags, literally worked to death. Like
Yeah.
if you got frostbite there and an arm fell off or a leg fell off, tough luck, bud. You're going to keep on working, and
Yeah.
eventually you'll keel over and die from starvation and gangrene and things like that. Can you imagine the suffering in having that happen? So my question is, if that measure of cruelty isn't enough to sway you that these guys are scum on an equal par with the Nazis, I can't. I'm very sorry, but as much as I respect your right to have your own opinion and have your own thoughts, I can't possibly respect anything that you have to say, because it doesn't come from a place of intellectual honesty. It comes from a place of either, at best, naivety, at worst, just complete and utter fucking cult-like brainwashing and idiocy. You are the textbook idiot if you can't see that the two things are equally reprehensible.
Thanks, man. No, listen, very well said. I'm fully with you on that, 100%.
Yeah. No, anyway, let's just light the mood just a tad. So, are you going to be at Reaper Fest on the 29th? You guys aren't playing, are you?
Reaper Fest. Which one's that?
In Derby.
No,
So
I'm not going
July
to.
29th.
I don't think so anyway. No.
All right. Well, you
I've got nothing to
better
do with
pack
that.
your little fucking toothbrush in your suitcase, because I'm gonna go. Ruins of Beverast is playing on the Sunday night. Ultha is playing on the Saturday night, so Ralph is going to be there. So it's going to be some decent bands. But I mean, Paige and I are staying over in Derby, so I'm making a rare appearance in public.
Oh, that's good. So you're both going. I
Yeah.
mean, maybe the 29th of when again?
July.
Sorry. Why do I feel like I'm doing something then?
You are doing something. You're going to Derby for the Reaper Festival.
Derby's not very far from where I am now. I'll have to see, man. Again. Yeah, we'll see. Why not? Are you coming to Fortress Fest, did you say?
Maybe. It depends on what's happening that weekend.
I need to see you at more gigs, man. That's one thing. You do a phenomenal job of supporting the underground on the podcast, and we all very much appreciate it.
And avoiding shows.
But I would love to see you at more shows. I'm not talking about Trivax, but in general, I think that would be.
Well, I'd love to see you guys play. I mean, it's not. I'll be honest with you. It's not for lack of wanting to. It's one, work is obscenely busy at the moment, as I said. Two, I've got my daughter every other weekend, and I can't move those dates. But secondly, because of how far it is to get into London, if we were to go see a band, we would invariably have to stay over. So it's kind of like, if I'm going to stay over, that's quite costly. So you sort of weigh up, okay, am I going to, can I be bothered to spend £400 to stay over, £300? Because I'm not going to live in squalor. So £300 or £400 to stay
I see
over.
where the problem is. You're too fucking picky, right?
There you go. £300 or £400 to stay over somewhere. I mean, I will for the right band. I was actually kicking myself that I didn't realize that Darvaza was playing with you guys, because I mean, that would have been the fucking bee's knees. That Darvaza,
that show was fucking so cool. What a great night, and honestly, one of the funniest nights afterwards. It was just me, Junata, Bjorn, and my really old friend now, Bez, who now plays in Destroyer. Fuck, that was hilarious, man. What a good bunch of people. It's wild to me that I get to do this and share it with these people and be one of them. It's fucking crazy. I love it. I would never change it.
No, I'm there's two shows I'm sorry I missed it. That and Cosmic Void last year. I would have loved to have seen Ecclese. But
oh man, Ecclese, that was actually, you know what? I saw like last year I must have seen some of my top gigs ever. I know one of them we talked about it before, but one was the Rammstein show. The other one was Merciful Fate. And the other one would definitely be Watain in London. And I would actually say that the Ecclese one would be in the next one because the vibe. I'm so glad they played the Underworld. The vibe was insane. Like it's such an atmosphere, you know, and yeah, man, just all of the guys, Kyle, like they were just on another level. It was a fucking really killer show. Yeah. I hope you get the chance to see them. You know,
now that
they're gonna get cancelled from everywhere.
Persona non grata everywhere on the face of the earth.
It's wild, isn't it? You know, a band that sings about nightmares, like getting that treatment is.
Well, it's like I said, it's the selective outrage of it is what I find insane. I mean, you know, we're going to start canceling every single band that has ever used a Charles Manson sample in their music. Charles Manson was an avowed white supremacist. There's no debating that. His entire ideology and philosophy was based on white supremacy, and yet none of those bands are cancelled.
Was it Manson's own ideology or CIA, meaning MK Ultra? Huh?
Yeah. Well, that's a different theory, but which is an interesting theory as well. But either way, the point is, I mean, I would even go as far as to say if you use a serial killer sample, you know, if we're going to use this standard, fine, then you should then those bands should also be cancelled. Or we could be adults about it and we could go, if you don't want to listen to Nightbringer or Ecclese, please don't, and please don't go to their shows. It's not music for you. It's not your kind of vibe. Stick with your fucking wild bands. Stick with your little hammer and sickle bands and, you know, all of your nonsense and leave because I'm not going to go to those. So I won't be there to bother you. Don't be there to bother me where I'm going.
Yeah, sure. I think that's fair enough, right? That's, you know, that's one of the most beautiful things about our society. We have the will to do that.
Yeah, that would be the sane approach to take. But again, sadly, there's this weird, you know, egalitarianism where everybody thinks that they should have an opinion on everything, and their opinion should carry equal weighting to everybody else. Like, I'm sorry, but your opinion on black metal and on Ecclese means fuck all to me, nothing, zero. Your opinion on all music means nothing to me.
And people are supposed to have different opinions. Then otherwise, you're just a part of a big fucking cult. You know, that's why I said when I had him on my podcast, like just under a year ago, you know, that's exactly the point. You know, it's that you're that's fascistic behavior, you know, where you're dictating not just what someone says or does, but you're trying to dictate what they think to themselves. You know, it's like, who the fuck are you? You don't have that control over someone else, you know, and then you would not be in the right to have any kind of outrage if that person's, especially their own internal thoughts, don't align with yours. You're not in a position to do that, you know, and that's just like I don't go and say, hey, you should think this, you should do that, you should do this. No, you're your own fucking person. Be confident enough about your own ideas that if someone else believes in something else, that doesn't mean that your idea is going to fucking fall apart or that person's a piece of shit. What a fucking stupid way to think and live. It's such a... It's just a very poor quality way of living and thinking.
Well,
as far as I'm
imagine how exhausting it is concerning yourself so much with the behaviors, the opinions of other people, that your entire being, your entire reason for existing is on stopping them from thinking a certain way by force, by force or threat of coercion if necessary. It must be completely and utterly exhausting.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just not a good look. It doesn't make your ideas look very good, you know. I mean, a lot of like you could easily say that like especially the Islamic religious people in Iran are the same, you know, where if you like insult the religion, they'll come and execute you, you know, chop your head off and fucking shit on your family, you know. And then it's like that's kind of, well, the last part isn't literal, but you know, but that is kind of the same thing. It's like, really, your idea is that weak? You know,
But this
your
this this this
ideas.
was my point earlier. We dealt with the proselytizers back in the 80s. Now they're back. They're just selling a
Mm.
different brand of bullshit because what they're selling is grifting bullshit. There's no getting around it. So, anyways,
The point is, Jackie, that you and I need to start our own fucking village, all right?
we
And we
need
need to
to, yeah.
govern it our own way.
Exactly, and we'll be very diverse as well. You know, we're I'm from South Africa. I'm an African. You're Iranian. So,
Yeah, I'm a
hey,
Persian, you know.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
kudos on how well the podcast is doing, and I mean you're
Oh,
rounding episode 50 now. I mean, you how far off are you? Like 5 6 episodes?
thanks, man. So, first of all, I only take after the best, right? So there's that, and I'm so when this episode comes out, I'll have already had 43 out. So
All right.
yeah, it's fucking wild, man. I can't believe it. Like it's this podcast is almost like, even though there's not been a massive shift to like my day-to-day experience of life, it has almost like changed my life completely because
Mm,
of what it's done. And what it's done, not just for the fact that I get to have all these cool connections and speak to people that I respected, and just get this valuable insight on there from a lot of other people, I guess, as well as my own. It's just wild. It's done so much good for me. Like I can speak better, I can have a conversation better, I can think better just because of the podcast. Because this is one of them things. I know this is really like unromantic way of looking at life, but there's one thing, and this can be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, and it's that at the end of the day, every aspect of your life will always be based on a skill, meaning that everything requires a skill. That is how you speak, how you choose to dress up, how you form ideas, how you perform a physical exercise, but also how you maintain a relationship, how you pitch ideas, whether it's like sales or whatever. All of these things are skills, and we always look
mm,
at them in like a really emotional way, which is why it's hard to understand that it's a skill at the end of the day. And when you realize that, and you realize that a skill is something that you don't necessarily need to have talent for, although a lot of people always say to me that I have a talent for being inquisitive and asking interesting questions, which perhaps is true because I am naturally a very curious person. However, it still takes a skill to be able to pull that off, which means that whatever that skill is, you can work on that and make it better. So, as a result of how things have been in the last year, I've learned so much from fucking doing the IBLIS Manifestations podcast.
yeah.
It's like it's improved my quality of life in a very bizarre, weird way, which I never had foreseen coming. And yeah, I couldn't be any more proud of it. And I'm grateful for people like yourself, Alan from Primordial, even though he never responds to his messages, or even like folks like even Joe Rogan, for just that inspiration that yeah, you could have your own show, you could talk about things, because you can. A lot of people have the. That's not fair, by the way, what I said about Alan. That's not. I'm joking.
Dude,
um but like a lot of people, um you can have thoughts to yourself, and sometimes as well there's a lot of podcasts out there, you listen to them and they're full of shit. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
mm,
But generally speaking, it's just the bravery to want to express yourself, and how fucking beautiful and rewarding it is where you actually have people tuning in, people messaging you. Like, honestly, Jackie, like since the last year, the amount of fucking messages that I've gotten from people that are like, oh yeah, I listened to this episode whilst I was going through this, and then it's like it changed
yeah.
my life. I really needed to hear it. I'm like, what? It's fucking wild. It's so cool, man. And just that side of it, like I don't do it for that reason. I do it because it feels very right to me. It feels natural to do this. And I do get commended on my voice quite a bit as well. But the thing is, it's just just the fact that I get the opportunity to speak to people, because ever since like I would listen to music as like a 14, 15-year-old, I'd always have conversations with the artist in my head. And I'll be like, oh, what would I say to them about this part? And now I get to do that. It's fucking beautiful. I've got no plans of stopping it anytime soon. But
no,
yeah,
you mustn't, because you are getting better and better. And I mean, that's part of the process, right? If I go back and listen to episode 10 now, or episode 5 or whatever the case may be, it's a fucking vast chasm between what I used to do versus what I do now. And you do get a lot more comfortable behind the camera, behind the microphone. You also get, it's exactly as you say, you have an aptitude for something. And then the more time and the more effort, the more dedication you put into it, the better you get at it. And especially if you're good at it and you enjoy it, you there will be a degree of mastery that forms there.
Do you think? Sorry, man, I interrupted your flow there. Don't you think that having a podcast, having a conversation, is a lot like having a pro wrestling match? Meaning that you get another person, and then you just kind of go off the cuff. You might have like few signature moves here and there. You can talk about politics, or all the COVID shit, but like, you can have, I say that like as a kind of a joking metaphor, but it's like, you kind of like balance the rhythm between each other. It's kind of like, you got the ball, then you throw it, and then the other person throws it back at you. And then the sort of learning to command that, and then work with every person and how different every person is and their style of conversation and how they do this. I think it's so fucking cool. Like it's like an art form to me. It's an art form that like once it's done, it's kind of there. It's like a mental dance that you get to have with another person. Is wild. Obviously not to overthink, but I'm an artist, so I observe things in this way.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I think for me, my experience of it is a little bit different. I go through this process with, because the thing is, I talk to people for a living, so I'm constantly in meetings, I'm constantly presenting. I've learned throughout my career to be able to build rapport with people very, very quickly and get them opening up about things I want them to open up about. For me, the process I go through is the sense of dread that the conversation is going to be shit and we're going to have nothing to say to the person. We're going to sit there staring at each other. And then when I'm about 10 to 15 minutes in and that person has loosened up and the conversation's starting to flow, then I'm like, there's that sort of point where the conversation exhales and it's just, okay, now we're off and running. It's going to be a great conversation. But I can honestly say every single conversation I've ever recorded, over 100, this will be episode 171, I think, 171 episodes, I have had exactly the same feeling 5 minutes before the conversation. What the fuck am I going to talk to these guys about or this guy about?
Yeah,
because I never prepare. That's the thing. I consciously don't want to prepare because I want it to be something different to the cue card, nonsense, Q&A.
What are your influences? Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes that comes up, but what happens is I let the conversation run in whatever direction it wants to run. My philosophy is everybody has something they're keen to talk about. Sometimes it could be in the case with Gol, it's wine. Sometimes it could be the guy wants to talk about his fucking guitar strings, or he wants to talk about his guitar picks. Sometimes he wants to talk about his car. But everyone wants to talk about something, and the second you can get them talking about that, the rest of the conversation is going to take care of itself.
Yeah. I do feel that it's funny hearing this actually, because I guess we kind of have a similar, but also at the same time I can see that there's actually a slight difference in style of how we kind of view the guests, I guess, or like do the interviews. That's really fascinating to me, because for me it's kind of like I'll have like bullet points in my head where I'll kind of know the things that I want to talk about, but then sometimes I find with some guests, especially the Scandinavian ones, which I've so far been very lucky to actually and successfully get them to like open up and talk about really important things, and personal things to them. which is rare to do for
Yeah.
Scandinavians.
Yeah.
But one thing is like they're the ones I find you have to have the most control over, meaning that you can, like they'll give something, but then rather than just keep passing it back to them, then you can go, okay, well that's that. Let's go here. That kind of like that's a skill again, and that's something that I feel like I've only really developed since doing the podcast. But yeah, it's great, man. I love doing it. So thank you for the inspiration, and thank you for your support as well. And thanks for also listening. I still listen to yours, so that's pretty
Good.
cool.
As I said,
Yeah.
I've loved the episodes you've done recently, and as I said, I think you're getting better and better. So you for sure don't ever even think about giving it up. And I mean, again, as a side note, for me, one of the you mentioned earlier about stuff in your life that had changed. I mean, a lot of the people who I would argue I regard as closer friends than a lot of folks that I would have regarded as close friends maybe 10 years ago, a lot of them come through the podcast now. The people I spend the vast majority of my time talking to, not page or not work colleagues, are podcast people. It's either you or it's Mike, or it's I'm trying to think who else. It'll be like someone like Ralph, or a lot of the people that listen to the podcast I talk to quite a lot. So it's like the people that I guess I'm almost more close to, in a sense, are the people that I've got to know through the podcast. And exactly the same as you sometimes with the bands, there'll be people I'll be talking to, and I'm like, I can't fucking believe that. I mean, I'm actually like the 16-year-old kid from South Africa would not in a million years have thought, hey, you sitting here shooting the breeze with, somebody who you really admire, whose music you really love. Like I consider the guys from Werewolves and Antichrist Imperium, for example, to be pretty good friends. When I was doing the face to face with David, I mean that was like probably one of the peaks for me. It was like.
Sure.
It was such a fun conversation to have, and such an easy conversation to have as well. But it was like, you think to yourself, I've been a fan of this band for such a fucking long time, and I have the opportunity to do this. It's a cool kind of humbling experience as much as it is exhilarating as well.
I relate to that so much, man. Especially that idea of like, oh yeah, I can't believe like I'm just having a conversation with this person, like a normal person to person, but. Also, at some point in my life, I think this maybe dates back maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, I really did kind of realize that, oh, hang on. Everyone's just human at the end of it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And it's like you can think of like the person that you put on the pedestal the most, and even that person, they still got to take a shit in the morning after they've had a coffee, they still got to brush their teeth. They still got to take the bins out, or at least you would hope they brush the teeth.
Yeah.
But preferably not with fluoride-based toothpaste because it's bad for your mouth microbiome. But you could have, you could have like the biggest fucking superstar in the world, and they're still got prone. They're not immune to human emotions. That same person is still going to feel jealousy. That same person is still going to feel joy the same way that you do. It's like they might have a different personality, but they're not exempt from these things. They still have to eat. If you like lock them up in a freezer, they would also die. Like and this is a little bit fucking wild. I don't always think like this, but initially when because it's how you evaluate your own self-worth as well. And that's perhaps something that I think for both of us is a healthy thing to have when it comes to speaking to people, because you already value yourself in the sense that you have confidence. Like you'd know your own bullshit too, or at least hopefully, because that's a very useful thing to have as well. I know my own bullshit. I'm full of it, but I recognize that and I try and work on it. And then on the other hand, you're very comfortable about yourself. You feel good in your own skin. You know what also your strengths are, and that you've worked hard to be where you are and the person that you are. You've been through a lot. So having some confidence behind that makes it so much easier to make connection with another human being, regardless of what that other person's story is, and you find yourself in positions where you'll have someone else that you look up to that then it feels like they're not as confident. So it's almost your job to take it out of them. And then it's a beautiful thing, and if you ever, feel intimidated by a guest, I've never had this and I don't think that I will. But if you ever feel that, just imagine putting them in a chokehold, you know, and it's like, yeah, I could probably kick your ass, you know, so there's no
Yeah.
problem. Let's just have a conversation.
I think when I was a
So
young man, I may have felt intimidated by certain guests, but I think over the
yeah,
years as well, and maybe this is something that comes with age, but I've come to realize, you know, I'm a man in my 40s. I I have enough self respect to not, no matter who it is. James Hetfield could be across from me. I would go. It's still just a dude, and there's
mm,
still certain. I think if you live by certain
yeah,
principles and certain you have certain things you expect of people as kind of a baseline, um, you know, and you don't waver in that completely. I think as long as you're not doing it from a place of arrogance and you're just doing it from a place of principle, I think that comes across, and I think people will treat you accordingly. Um,
yes, very well put. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when I say what I'm saying, I'm not coming from a point of arrogance at all, but
no,
rather
no, no, and I
stability.
know that.
You know,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly, exactly. But again, I think a man will also only command as much respect as he'll never command more respect than he has for himself, right? So
100%.
if you have self
Yeah,
respect, you will command self respect. If you or sorry respect from others. If you have no self respect, and you some fucking sniveling little geek who sits there like, oh, I can't believe I'm getting to speak to you. It's the most amazing day of my life. You're going to be treated like a bit of a dickhead as well. But
yeah.
I think the human aspect of it does make it interesting for me because there's two things with this podcast that I found. Number one, I don't pursue people anymore. So my goal was always I wanted to get to a place where I basically don't have to fish for guests any longer. Like I used to
Hmm.
joke about it and call it business development Mondays because I'd be like, okay, typing messages to people like, do you want to come on my podcast? Like I do Joe Rogan for metal people. And then you get, maybe you send like 8-9 messages and you get about 2-3 bites. But I'm now at a point where honestly, this whole entire year, I have never proactively like had to work to get somebody on the podcast. I've reached out to people, said, you want to come on? They said yes immediately, and that was the end of it. So that was always the goal: get to a place where I do not have to work to get guests on anymore. And there's a very good reason for that. It's not because I'm lazy or anything, but it's because the way my podcast is structured, what I have found is the harder I've had to work to get the person on, the more awkward the conversation, because that
You're
person
right.
comes on
Yeah,
and they feel like they're doing you a favor. So, and if they feel like they're doing you a favor,
yeah.
they're not in the mood for trite conversation. They in their mind, and I understand where they're coming from, right? Because they get these requests all the time. But in the back of their mind, they're going, "I'm a busy man or I'm a busy woman. I have X amount of time. Make it worth my while to be here." And then you have to work really, really hard to kind of bring them into that conversational mode. And I mean, have I had incidents where that's not really quite happened? Probably. But the
Mm.
best conversations are the ones where person is already bought into the idea of how to do the podcast or what I'm going to do. Ideally, they already know the podcast in advance, which increasingly I'm getting as well, which is awesome. And those are the people that
That's
relax
great.
most, and they just let loose, and the conversation just flows, and that is fucking awesome. And then actually, frankly, again, as part of why I don't really shy away from having repeat guests on, because like this will be the fourth time that you're on the show. And I'd say if I have to give us a self-assessment as we reach the concluding chapter of this particular installment, this is the best episode we've done by fucking miles.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking hell, man. Hey, listen, brother, it's a fucking pleasure, man. You know, like I always, I always appreciate and value our conversations. But yeah, no, I think I was kind of like, it's funny because I was thinking about this too. I was like, well, we've not got a release date for the album yet, and we've not done this or that, so I don't know what we're gonna talk about. Oh, holy shit, we're fucking, well over
Two
2 hours in
two
already,
hours,
and it was
nearly 2 hours
probably,
20. Yeah.
and like you said, it was probably the best one. Fucking
Yeah.
wow. Wow.
That's
It's
the
awesome,
best.
man. Thank you for asking me. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
it's a pleasure,
As
man, and
always.
that's probably the best way to kind of wrap it up is saying the best conversations I have are the ones that surprise me most. Like when I had Sam Bean on from Antichrist Imperium for the first time, and it's like we concluded on I think 2.5 hours, and I couldn't fucking believe it. It's like we could probably carry on here for another hour, 2 hours easily. It was the same with
Oh yeah.
Nas actually. you know, and
Yeah,
Nas
Kyle
was
is
somebody
very easy to speak to. Yeah.
I'd had to work to get on, and then I think he actually just reached out and said like, you know, he'd like to come on the show. So, but yeah, top
You
top
know,
notch dude.
yeah, absolutely. I do agree. Yeah, he's very easy to talk to. But you know what's so fucking wild is that he, I think what I didn't know was that he was already following not just like Iblis's page, but like even my fitness page and stuff. And I only found that out afterwards, purely because like loads of people had recommended him, and I remember thinking like, I don't think this guy would be interested. He's super interesting. I'd love to talk to him, but I don't think he would. And then I mean, actually, I'm saying this now, and I don't think I've spoken to him like loads of times, but I don't think I've actually discussed this particular part. But I think the main reason why I think he ended up finding my page and even following what the podcast was doing was because I interviewed Darko, his coach, as my very first guest.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember that interview very well.
yeah, that was like it's only like the fourth episode of the podcast with the IBLIS Manifestations. And Darko's a solid dude. He's actually like, I was just actually talking to him tonight. But that's the thing that like fucking, it's weird how that happens, you know, like these connections, like they're very unexpected, you know. And like,
Well,
I've had people who are like, I thought like there's no chance I'd be on this person's radar, and then you make conversation, they're like, oh yeah, I really like the podcast, I like the episode you did with so and so, and I'm like, what? You know, it's really cool.
This is the thing that I said to you about, you probably don't realize the extent of your reach. So one thing that kind of hammered that home for me, when Trevor from Black Dahlia Murder passed away, I randomly looked him up on Twitter just to see, you know, if anything had been posted prior to his death, and I noticed on Twitter it's like follows you, and it was like he'd been following the Into the Necrosphere Twitter page fucking forever. And I was like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe this.
That's wild.
And it's like, you know, you would never have thought somebody in a band of that profile would have given two shits about, you know, especially at that time, because that's probably about, I'd say maybe 100 episodes or so ago, would give two shits about a fucking South African man talking nonsense on a podcast for 2.5 hours. So, but okay,
That's
brother,
wild.
let's wrap things up. Thank you so much for your time. Awesome speaking to you again, as always. Looking forward to in 2023 we will see each other in person. Like I said,
we'll do it in person episode when we've got a date for the Trivax album. I'm sure we'll do that.
Yeah. I mean, actually, for that one, even if I drive up to you, then you know we'll definitely do it, because that's long overdue.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, my man.
This has been a fucking pleasure, man. Thank you so much for having me. It's for sure. It's cool. Yeah, keep on doing what you're doing, and I'll keep on doing what I'm doing.
Keep it real on the streets, mate. Talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Yes.
Take care.
Farewell.
Bye-bye. That was The Serpent's Gaze by Trivax off the EP of the same name. I believe that song is also going to be on the upcoming Trivax full length, which will be released by Cult Never Dies. I can't recall whether or not the name of the album has been announced, whether it's going to be called The Serpent's Gaze. Either way, just in case I won't reveal too many secrets, I may or may not have heard a few things already. But great having Shayan on the podcast. I mean, what a conversation and what a dude. I think we could have gone on for at least another hour. So a big thank you to him, and we will at some point this year have a face-to-face conversation that we will record for this podcast. So looking forward to that. Make sure that you check out Trivax. I'll post the link to their Bandcamp in the description of the podcast. Also make sure that you check out Shayan's podcast, IBLIS Manifestations. We spoke about it quite a lot, obviously, on the over the course of the episode. And then also, if you clicked on the thumbnail on YouTube, or you tapped it on Spotify with your little thumb, you would have noticed a pretty cool looking picture of Shayan. That was done by a photographer named Katie Metcalf. So do check her out as well. She does really good work. If you're a band who is looking for some artwork or some band photos and things like that to use in a CD sleeve, check her out as well. I'll post a link to where you can find her stuff in the description to the podcast as well. Now, I want to talk about some new music, and I'm going to start with Anarkhon. I did say at the top of the hour we were going to be talking about releases that came out this week, but this one has actually been out for a while. It came out 2 weeks ago on March 17th. Anarkhon, of course, a band out of Brazil who have been around since 1999, so they're not new to the game, but they have put out their new record, Obasiot Dwibat Putonten, and again, apologies because I know I've probably massacred the pronunciation of that, but if they want to use satanic hexes as album titles, I guess they have to pay the price. Either way, this absolute fucking gem of a record is out on Deborah Mamorti Productions. 8 songs across 53 minutes of absolutely bludgeoning, black-soaked, brutal death metal. I did review their previous record, Phantasmagorical Personification of the Death Temple, that came out back in 2020. And I remember liking that record quite a lot, actually. But I don't know what's gone on with these dudes, whether they've been sipping, psychedelics, or whether they've just simply traded their souls to Lucifer. But either way, the spurt of creativity that is evident in the new songs that they've put out is absolutely extraordinary. The black metal elements have really kind of been turned up. There's almost the kind of epic Septic Flesh style influence on some of the tracks, the first song in particular. And then, of course, all of the old mainstays of the band that actually made them worth listening to in the first place is very much there as well. And I would say when it comes to the brutality and the speed and the fucking craziness, firstly, they've definitely not lost their taste for it. But secondly, I think they're executing it better than ever. So I would strongly suggest, if you haven't checked out that record yet, that you do. I get the sense that people are sleeping on this one a little bit, and that is a shame, because I think whether you're a fan of black or death metal, you will probably be a fan of this without a shadow of a doubt. Next up, I want to talk about Fredensdal. So we've had Michael from Fredensdal on a couple of times. He's definitely going to come back on the podcast again at some point soon. I will probably talk about this record more in weeks to come, but he has just put out his 4th full-length record, Sonic Devotion to Darkness, which is the follow-up to Silence is Eternal. And I have to tell you, I think, speaking completely unbiasedly and with just as a neutral observer, neutral reviewer, this is hands down, without a single shadow of a doubt, the best thing that Fredensdal's ever done. I think it builds on the baseline that was set by Silence is Eternal, that kind of almost overt nod to second wave Norwegian black metal, but done or executed with an American twist. This, to me, takes that to the absolute next level. I think all of the elements that I just spoke about now, the American black metal influence, as well as the Norwegian black metal influence, the volume is dialed up on that. But I think increasingly Michael is starting to develop a sound and a feel that's completely and utterly his own. And that is very, very exciting. Again, 9 tracks, 45 minutes, not a single weak moment to be found. And I think if any record has the has the potential to help Fred and Stahl break out from the pack, it is this one, without a doubt. Available right now on Soul Seller Records, and again, strongly recommended. Next up, Lamp of Murmur, putting out Saturnian Bloodstorm. Some of you that stick around till the very end and listen to my weekly news rant will know that I discovered this band on, or really kind of properly discovered this band on an installment of the news rant. I have, I've probably avoided a lot of the hype around them. I know a lot of people really, really loved their 2021 record, Submission and Slavery. Almost because of the hype, I kind of avoided them, but that is a record I'm going to have to go back and check out, because it turns out that Saturnian Bloodstorm, available right now on Argento Records, is, as my good friend Nathan Glover of Gravier pointed out, the best record that Immortal has put out in years. So, I mean, I'm joking around when I say the best record Immortal's put out in years. There is a very, very, very strong Immortal influence here. And not in a bad way either. You know, when I say Immortal, I'm talking about at the heart of winter style Immortal, almost to a point where I've been trying to find out, but I've not been able to get any confirmation either way. The production sounds almost exactly like a BIS studio production from kind of the late 90s. And if you're familiar with records that were put out by that studio, that were produced by Peter Tägtgren during that time, You'll know what I'm talking about. But 6 songs, they're all pretty lengthy. They're absolutely epic. The vocals sound like they were preceded by somebody gargling liquefied tar first thing in the morning. But every single song on this record is absolutely made brilliant by the plethora of fantastic riffs that make it up. There's some of the tunes that are maybe a little bit overly long. I think, for example, Seal of the Dominator takes about 2 minutes before it properly gets going. But frankly, when the riffs are this good, when the music is this good, I mean, he can fucking play as long as he wants. I think this is absolutely superb. It is available right now on Argento Records. And I'm going to play you a track right now, the song that opens up the album, Conqueror Beyond the Frenzied Fog. That was Conqueror Beyond the Frenzied Fog by Lamp of Murmur, the record Saturnian Bloodstorm, and it is available right now on Argento Records. Link to the Lamp of Murmur Bandcamp in the description of the podcast. I will also post the link to the Bandcamps for Friedenstahl and Anarkhon in the podcast on the podcast description as well. So check it out. If you buy yourself any music or any merch, do let them know that it was old Jackson at Into the Necrosphere that sent you. And as I said, I will be definitely getting Michael of Friedenstahl on the show. And who knows, maybe I could track down M from Lamp of Murmur and one of the gentlemen from Anarkhon. Great bands. The 2023 groundswell continues apace. Is it as good as 2022 was up to this point in the year? I would say probably yes. I mean, we're down with finished with month 3 by the time you listen to this, and there have been some absolutely fucking fantastic records released so far, and there are many more to come. One of my favorites of the year that I've heard so far, I've heard the record multiple times, Altari. I spoke about it at the top of the show. But when you guys hear that record end to end, I think it's going to feature. I'll be very surprised if it doesn't feature in many people's top 10s or at least top 20s of the year. So right now, my friends, if you think that Hunter Biden is a cool guy, then get to stepping, because this is my weekly news rant. Folks, before we get started on the latest headlines over on Metal Storm, I just wanted to reflect again on the conversation that I had with Shayan. I mean, first of all, what a conversation that turned out to be. It was something that we really put together very much at the last minute. I certainly didn't have anything planned, no agenda that I had when it came to wanting to talk to him. And as he said, you know, he didn't really know what we were going to talk about, and we ended up chatting for 2.5 hours. I think one thing that I just want to stress once again, because I think Shayan and I are both absolutely in sync as far as this one principle is concerned. I think that both of us are very much of the mindset that we want everybody to be able to live the life of their choosing, whatever is going to make them happy, as long as it doesn't physically place anybody in danger, and as long as it doesn't infringe upon anybody else's, ability to live free themselves. And I think that's where a lot of the frustration comes in when we see how authoritarian some groups and some movements are becoming. I think likewise, we are both free speech absolutists. So, we don't believe that words are violence. We believe that if you don't agree with something, you have, especially in our modern day and age, you have the ability to to tune a lot of that out if you feel that deeply aggrieved or that deeply offended by it. Equally, I would strongly suggest from a personal perspective, listen to people with contradicting opinions, because you may just learn something. The other thing I wanted to talk about, reflecting on what he said about his experience of hosting his own podcast and, people that had reached out to him, I just want to say again, there would have been a couple of moments in that episode or during that conversation where I may have sounded like I'm, pretty gloomy, feeling pretty hopeless about where the world is headed, where we're at as far as society is concerned. But I hold hope for one thing, I should say, gives me hope. And that is the community that has sprouted up around this podcast and my brothers in the Horsemen. Over the last couple of years, as an example, whether it's been me getting COVID, wishing me for my birthday, congratulating me on getting engaged, whatever has happened, the Horsemen and the Legion have always been the ones to rally around me, or have rallied around me most. And I just wanted to say again, I really appreciate that. It means the world to me. I think, amidst all this chaos and this uncertainty and this potentially very bleak future we're all staring into, the one beacon that I think I hold on to is the fact that, I can control my own behavior. I can control the degree of respect that I afford people who I meet, and I can certainly control the amount of, or the investment of my time, my energy in the people that I care about and the people that are close to me. And I think that's unbelievably important. I think you need to tell people that you care about them, who are close to you. I think you need to tell them why you appreciate them. I think you need to cherish the important people around you, because beyond that, you don't really have anything. And again, I just want to say again how much I appreciate every single member of the Legion, how much I appreciate the Horsemen and the brotherhood that we have formed. You know, and again, that to me is kind of right now, especially my true north. And I think it's especially important because recent events in my life, I think I may have touched on it in my conversation with Shayan. I can't even remember now. But I had a very good friend who passed away this past weekend. He had messaged me whilst I was on holiday in December and told me, unfortunately, he'd been diagnosed with a very aggressive form of cancer. And honestly, I thought that he would have more time. And then I was away this past weekend, saw the photos on my phone, and realized that he'd gone. In just over 3 months. I probably didn't, in the time that he was going through this, probably didn't speak to him as much as I should have. And I think that has really kind of hammered home the point once again that while you are breathing free air and while your eyes are open and you've got your cognitive functions, make sure that you're pushing out as much positivity into the world as you can. So I don't mean to sound preachy or anything, but I just thought I would share. Anyway, right, let's listen to some music. So we're on Metal Storm, and our first headline reads, Valgrind have posted a new track. I have no idea who Valgrind are, but it says the Italian band Valgrind come roaring back with their 5th long player, so Jesus, 5 records in now. Set for release in April by Memento Mori. Below you can check out the album's 2nd preview tune, Millennium of Night Bliss. Like I said, no idea what they sound like, but let's give it a whirl.
Cast away into forgotten times, lost into nowhere. So dust off the desert, we have loaded, we have prayed. We are the seas, they put the bliss, they want with daughters, they live in child, such a imagination, of painted letters.
Every so often I'll come across a band where I'll think to myself, like, you're making music in a certain vein. Like this to is clearly death metal in the vein of Dismember. There's some Pestilence influence there. And you think to yourself, in a world where those two bands didn't exist and hadn't already laid the blueprint out for this kind of music, if it were Valgrind that stepped up to the plate and it was them that put out those first records, they would have been thought of potentially in the same breath as Dismember or as Pestilence. I mean, it's very well executed death metal. That sounds, in terms of production, sounds pretty good. Will I ever go back and listen to it? I don't really think so, because I've heard this style done, and I've heard it done extremely well. Which is, again, I know it's a contradiction in terms, because I talk an awful lot about bands on the news rant and on the show that do sound reasonably similar, and I've got no issue going back and listening to them. But like I said, this is just maybe it's just what kind of music I tend to gravitate towards more. But I can certainly say that if somebody likes the style of music, they're going to be down with Valgrind, that's for sure. For me personally, though, I'm only 42 seconds in, but I think it's. I would give it a thumbs up, but I'm not convinced I'm going to go back to it over and over again. So let's give it another 1 minute or so. That little breakdown that has just passed now, that was pretty cool. I mean, that actually made me think maybe I spoke too soon about Valgrind, but, then they kind of go back into the standard death metal blasting and stuff like that. As I said, not bad, but no need to continue dwelling on them. Let's move on to whatever is going to come our way next. Nexorum to release sophomore record in May. Blackened death metal machine based in Norway, Nexorum, proudly announced the release of their second full-length installment, dubbed Tongue of Thorns. It'll be released on May 19th, 2023 via Non-Servium Records. Non-Servium Records is pretty decent, actually. They've been putting out some really good stuff. No song for us to listen to, though, so we move on. Rune Magic have also launched a new song. It says here, Swedish Death Doom veterans Rune Magic released their new single, Archaic Magic After the Red Sun. The latter is taken from their upcoming album, Beyond the Cenotaph of Mankind, which is set to be released on April the 28th via Hammerheart Records. Right, let's give this one a whirl. I've let that one run on a little longer intentionally because this is an 11-minute song. So, it would be unfair to listen to it for a minute and then say, okay, this is good or this is bad. But, first impression is pretty positive. The riff is, on the slow side. But particularly where we kind of paused there, it sounded like business was about to pick up. So I am intrigued. That's the riff right there that I really, really like, and I like that they've actually put a vocal track over that riff as well. I love when they have like when a band does a bridge, and it's well timed, well written, placed in the song with like vocals going over it. Like it feels like it's building up to something absolutely badass. Let's jump very quickly to I'm going to jump to about 7 minutes in, and let's hear where we're at this point in the song. I I like it. I will definitely be adding this to the list of records that I want to check out. I'll tell you what, by the way, a Doom band that needs to be releasing a new album already is My Dying Bride. They are way overdue for something. I know. When did Ghost of Orion come out? I think it was like 2020 or 2021. Either way, it's time for them to put out some new music. Every so often, I'll go back into the My Dying Bride back catalogue, and Jesus Christ, that band has put out some good music over the years. All right, the Arcane Order share first single from upcoming music output. I can swear the Arcane Order was one of those bands I may have reviewed for Chronicles of Chaos, and just it sort of came in that flood of melodic death metal stuff that, you know, just left me kind of pretty nonplussed. So, yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily off the top of my head recall anything that they've done, which suggests that even if I have come across them, they've not made the biggest impression. But it says here, Denmark's The Arcane Order are unveiling Cry of Olympus, the first preview tune of their upcoming fourth studio album, Distortions from Cosmogony, which is out on June the 9th, 2023. And I could swear these guys are signed to Metal Blade Records, so... By the way, just before I play the song, let me know if you guys would be down with me getting someone like Brian Slagle from Metal Blade Records on the podcast. I potentially have an opportunity to make that happen. Metal Blade has sent me his upcoming memoir, so I have suggested to them that if he's down to have the kind of conversation we're going to have on this podcast, find out if he's available. So I guess I'm asking whether you guys would want to see it. It's more like, I feel that you would. So maybe it's more about drumming up excitement than anything else. But then again, I've said it, so we know how shit works out as far as me hexing the chance of people coming on the podcast. Anyway, all right, I'm going to shut the fuck up. Let's get to the Arcane Order's first new single, Cry of Olympus. That sounds very, very heavily influenced by Strapping Young Lad, like to a point where I'm almost expecting the singer to sound like Devin Townsend when the music kicks in. Not a bad thing necessarily, because we all know, unfortunately, Devin Townsend, for all of the ample talents the man has decided in his in his middle to winter age to start writing music that fucking sucks. So there's a void for aggressive, thrash-influenced, industrial-tinged metal, and this seems to be filling that void. I have to comment on two things. Number one, that drummer is fucking sick, and number two, these are some clean-cut men. I don't know how many of them are currently serving as math teachers or folks working in investment banks. But they certainly seem to. They don't look like your typical tattooed, long-haired metal lowlifes, to quote Mike Hill. Anyway, let's get back to it. Jesus Christ, I was not expecting that voice. Especially not from a dude who looks like he should be teaching you third period biology. I'm liking what I'm hearing very, very much so far. that keyboard coming over the top of the maelstrom that we in that sequence we just listened to now is fucking fantastic. Like I said, such a great way to elevate the song. And I mean, up to that point, it was excellent as well. I just had a look to see who the drummer is in the first instance, and then also who else he's played for. So it's Bastian Tusgaard. He is with a band called Dawn of Demise, and then also with a band called Soilwork, which everybody knows about. And I must confess that is one band that I'm not necessarily a fan of, but yeah, very, very good drummer. And I would imagine people to be knocking down the man's door to play on their records. Folks, I think that is a fucking sensational song. And it has definitely got me very excited about the upcoming Arcane Order record. And if they're on Metal Blade, it means I might have an in into getting somebody from the band on the podcast. So let's make that happen. And I think it's time to award the first top notch of this week's installment of the News Rant. That really was top notch. Great stuff. All right, now Metallica, in honor of Mike Scandato. They have presented the video for their 72 Seasons single. Much being said about this song. I've not listened to it yet. Much being said about the song's roots in thrash, and it's apparently faster and blah blah blah. They did put out like a 15-second clip of the song. I did hear that, and it did sound like it was a bit faster. But we all know, when it comes to Metallica right now, when it comes to this new record so far, they are 1 and 2. One decent song, the last single, If Darkness Had a Sun. 2 stinkers. That's charitably put. 2 absolute stinkers in Lux Eterna and in Screaming Suicide. So, I mean, I think all of us are resigned now to the fact that for every single Metallica record, we're just hoping that there's 1 or 2 good songs now. So, I guess the question is, will 72 Seasons be song number 2? Let's give it a whirl. I'm just going to pause there because I know we're already 2 minutes in. So I'll read the article very quickly, or the PR blurb. 2 weeks prior to the official release of their highly anticipated new record, 72 Seasons, Metallica offer another new single in advance. This time, they present the album's title track, which can be streamed together with a Tim Sicenti-directed music video filmed in Los Angeles, California, on February 12th, 2023. As the song was playing, I sort of think to myself, what is it about these guys that they over the course of the last couple of records, what it seems to me they've tried to do is really kind of shoehorn that late 70s, early 80s blues influenced hard rock, like Thin Lizzy kind of vibe, if you guys know what I'm steering towards. They've tried to shoehorn that into a thrash blueprint. And for me, it just sounds completely and utterly toothless. That riff, the main riff on that song, is a great example. The da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na. I mean, it's just there's nothing about it that works on any level. It's not aggressive. It's not a particularly emotionally stirring melody. It just sounds like people fucking around in a band room. I've got no other way to describe it. I mean, at least as much as If Darkness Had a Sun was a straight rip-off of Eye of the Beholder, at least it was a rip-off of a fucking great song, right? But yeah, like I said, this is not good. Would I go as far as to make the claim that I have seen online that it was written by AI? I would almost say yes. As a matter of fact, here's what I would say. I think definitively, there's okay. And look, also let me just say this: maybe the vocals will change my mind on this. But what I'm hearing so far in those first 2 minutes, and this has been a problem across the other 2 singles I didn't like as well. This is Metallica playing to brand Metallica. They're not playing to their emotions. They're not playing to artistic expression. They're playing to their brand. Which, I mean, is that a surprise? Probably not. They had, from what I understand, and I speak in a correction on this, I know that I had read that when Death Magnetic was being written, they did actually have like focus groups listen to the music to go like, yeah, this reminds me more of older Metallica, and this reminds me more of newer Metallica. That to me is just, it's so disingenuous. Like, if you're gonna, I would sooner take a whole entire record worth of songs in the vein of Mama Said than take a record that was in any way inauthentic to what the artist wanted to express, or what Metallica wanted to express. And like I've said also, going back to that acoustic track that we listened to a while back, which was inexplicably censored on YouTube, it's that to me feels like when I hear that kind of music, that's when they sound at their happiest, and therefore the music is the most enjoyable to me. So anyway, that's my initial take of the first 2 minutes 6 seconds. So let's get back to it. So if I had to say there's anything vindicating about the song, I would say it's James's vocals. That has been one consistent on the singles that we've heard so far, and also the live clips we've seen recently. He does sound better than he sounded in years. I mean, whatever he's doing to get his voice in the shape that it's in right now, one, other people need to copy it, of particularly those of his age. Secondly, he needs to keep doing it. Whether it's vocal lessons, whether he's drinking fucking tea with honey, I don't give a shit. Keep doing it, James, because he does sound better. And actually, the Wrath of Man, I think that's what he was singing, chorus, actually sounded pretty cool. Made so by his vocal harmony over the riff. Without that vocal harmony, it would have just sounded like shit. But yeah, I mean, the rest of it is not particularly exciting to me. But then again, maybe I'm not a Metallica fan. Here's another thing I was thinking about while that song was playing. And since this is a reaction segment, you're getting this firsthand. But this song to me, maybe more than the other three, this sounds like metal played by old men. That's they're starting to show the rage. Like I was thinking back, like as this was playing, like to my favorite Metallica moments, my favorite Metallica songs. There was a vibrancy and a youthful piss and vinegar approach to the music that they were doing, all the way up to the Black Album. And yeah, it's just not there. It sounds like metal music performed by old men who are also mostly out of touch with what's going on in the scene. Not to say that they should be going out of their way to, copy bands. They've always been a band that have kind of set their own pace and, done their own thing. But, just like I said, you're trying to shoehorn whiskey in the jar onto a thrash blueprint, and it just doesn't work at all. Anyway, right, let's move on. I know there's been a couple of other things coming out this week that I have been keen to listen to. Enforced is one such band, so they've put out a new video for a song called Starve. Crossover thrashers Enforced, the article reads, have launched a Devin Davies directed official video for the newest single called Starve. The latter appears on the band's forthcoming studio album War Remains, set to hit the streets on April the 28th via Century Media Records. Liked the previous single, liked the previous album very, very much. So let's give this one a quick listen.
What are you waiting for? Shoot through my blood and board, rage with plagues. Make life unlivable. Make me live in a barren field of brokenness.
Just that section there sounds a little bit like they're channeling Obituary, which I'm not mad at. The song itself, it's a bit unimaginative to me. It's not bad, but it's not hitting the high watermark of their previous single or the previous record. It says here, vocalist Knox Colby states, ultimately Starve is about being forced to produce when there's no resources to do so. You then become the resource that's produced or harvested. If I'm profitless, then I'm expendable. Chaff, even then, I could still have given my life. So the song sketches out the final moments of someone who has given everything they have left to give, and it's still not enough. They starve themselves to death and watch the world they've given everything to save still fall to shit. They give up and go crazy in the end. Their fruitfulness is deemed fruitless, leaving this world in agony, howling to rebel but not the desire to do so, starved. I'm assuming that he smoked an extraordinary amount of marijuana when he wrote that, because it's not particularly coherent, unless it's some sort of commentary about AI replacing us all, and the factory worker will soon have a robot doing their job, and etc., etc. But some of it also hinges to me on loser talk. And that comes back to what I said to Shayan when he was on the podcast. I believe this as something I've lived and experienced in my own life, and there's just no getting away from it. Every single day you have a choice. Either you sit back and accept misery into your life, and you get fat, you sit and fucking jerk off to porn, you drink, you take drugs, you pump shitty food into your system, or you get up early, you go to the gym, you come home, or you go to the office, or you go to the building site that you're working on, you absolutely fucking kill it at work, and you take one step closer towards having the life that you want to have. That is your choice every single day. There's no middle ground. Either you're moving forward or you're moving backwards. So your choice. And if the rules of the game change, it's up to you to adapt. That's just how things work. It's been like that, since time immemorial. And no matter how much you rail against it or think it's unfair, it's not going to change a fucking thing. So either you, again, spend time thinking it's unfair, jacking off, crying into your fucking pillow, or you do something about it. And we're all going to have to deal with those changes, I think, especially over the next couple of years. I think there's things coming and things changing that's going to absolutely fucking blow our minds. And it's going to be difficult for a lot of us. But I think the cream always rises to the top. Okay, now let's talk about some black metal. Tudor. By the way, am I pronouncing that correctly? I was just thinking now, like I've spoken about this band on the podcast, I'm sure, many, many times. I like their music, and it suddenly struck me, like, have I for the last several years been mispronouncing their name? Anyway, Tudor are unveiling the album details of their new creation, Hellfigure, which will be released through Season of Mist on June 23rd, 2023. Concurrently, the Norwegians present the first preview tune, Gods of Black Blood, which comes in the form of an ice-cold black metal music video. Video credits to Guillermo Henriquez. I believe he's from Guerrilla. And seems like on the record we're going to be treated to 9 tracks, of which this one is going to be track number 6. So I like Tudor very much. They tend to err towards the faster, more aggressive side of black metal, but I mean, you need that from time to time. And I mean, they are, as the corpse painter gentleman on the thumbnail of the video would suggest, necro to the core. So let's see whether or not this holds up to the lofty standards they have set over the course of their career. Satanic orgies in heaven. I don't think anybody was expecting this to be any different to what it's ended up sounding like. It's fast, it's fucking aggressive, it's brutal. It is totally uncompromising. It is very distinctly Norwegian. It sounds a bit more Norwegian, I would say. More like overt second wave of Norwegian black metal than maybe some of the earlier stuff that they've done. Like I recall, I'm trying to think what the album was called. I think it's Legions of Helvet. That was like a little bit more kind of Celtic Frost, maybe early Slayer type influence, but obviously done with a black metal style. But yeah, this sounds a bit more in your face, a bit more aggressive, a bit more, a bit more modern. But it doesn't sound bad for it. I like it. I think it sounds very, very cool. I think the world needs this style of black metal. It's a purifying fire on the trash that is put out elsewhere across the metal scene. So I'm enjoying what I'm hearing so far. That sounded very much like Gol's vocals to me. And again, no, I'm not complaining. If that is Gol, I'm glad to hear him do that scream. But yeah, that's very, very Gol-esque. But yeah, liking it very, very much. Gods of Black Blood was the name of that song. And as I said, when I referred to it being a purifying fire to the dross put out elsewhere in the metal scene, I'm talking specifically about some of the sing-song, soppy nonsense, and things like Lorna Shore, even Suicide Silence. I know there's a couple of folks who listen to the podcast, including the Duke of Metal himself, who are fans of Suicide Silence. But that's just not my vibe, not at all. I can't abide by it. Anyway, right. Cattle Decapitation drop new track to promote their upcoming studio release, Terrasite. Due on May the 12th, Death Grind Masters Cattle Decapitation now stream the second single dubbed Scourge of the Offspring. Interesting that they would use a specific art style for the thumbnail. Why they didn't decide to use that as the album cover, I don't know, because even though it's not the most imaginative, I think it looks pretty cool. It would have suited the music a lot better than the fucking Bugs Life nonsense that they used, or that old Wes Ben Scooter scammed them into buying off of him. But anyway, I'm going to shut up. First single of this record was sensational. I think we all agreed on that, so let's hear what Scourge of the Offspring sounds like. That is fucking excellent. You know what it reminds me of? It's like if Meshuggah and a couple of black metal bands got into a room with the gentleman from Cattle Decapitation, and they gave them that look like it's time to make love. That's what would have happened. Musically, this is what it would sound like. Definitely a bit of a Meshuggah kind of chug, stop-start riff there that I like. One thing that, as you listen to that, the fucking precision in what these guys do is just astounding. Really, really, really just technically fucking, from Travis on through to every single person in the band. These dudes really know how to play their fucking instruments. But then the song itself, sounds great. Sounds very distinct, unique, pretty catchy. I like that beat, especially when Travis is starting his vocals. And actually, I like the visuals in the music video as well. So it is getting full marks from me thus far.
Humankind to control the surge. One more comes to transmit death. One more goes shaped from my breath. Human beings they never learn, even as their house is We are infections. We are perfections. We are obsessions. Backgrounds and those factions. Curving flutters with the population factor.
There's that black metal style coming out now. I know a lot of the dudes in the band are into black metal, so I'm not surprised that that we're hearing that influence. It was definitely there on Death Atlas and on the record previously as well. Man, this is a definite top-notch contender so far. And I fucking love those vocals. I love them. So the only gripe I had with the previous single was that he didn't do the goblin vocals. But I'm glad to see that he's done it. Yeah, I hope it's going to be sprinkled all over the whole album. Terracite may very well be the record that goes down as being the best album with the worst cover ever. But yeah, that is fucking great. I want to play something for you guys very quickly. It's not on... what's the name? It's not on the Metal Storm, but it's just something I've listened to recently, and I thought it was fucking cool. So I wanted you guys to hear it. It's actually not this too, but there's like, if you're watching this on YouTube, you'll see there's a thumbnail I've just skimmed over, and it kind of reminded me of that. So I have admitted that I'm a bit of a fiend for Kiss at the moment, and one of the things I looked up recently was Pantera doing Kiss covers, because obviously I know the brothers Abbott were massive fans. When I discovered this cover, I must have listened to this about fucking 60 times in the space of a day. So this is Pantera doing Cold Gin. Let me just give you 2 minutes or so of this, because it's some of the most badass shit on the face of the earth. If you're a fan of Kiss and you're a fan of Pantera, keep the fucking Kleenex nearby, because you're about to bust a nut. Hang fire. I'm gonna start this from the beginning. This is recorded live, but this is definitely a soundboard recording, because it doesn't sound bad. Why they never did an entire record of Kiss covers, I have no idea, and you're gonna see why I feel so passionately about that in just a second. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Brilliant. That should be a mainstay on the tour that they're on right now. You imagine how cool that would sound with Phil and Zach singing that. But that being said, I mean, you listen to that, and the groove and the vibe that Dime and Vinny had is just pure magic. What a song, and at their peak, what a band. Okay, let's check out what else there is for us to listen to this week. I know there's a couple of things on Blabbermouth that we need to talk about. One of them, sadly, the news about the roof collapsing. I believe it was a show in Chicago that Morbid Angel played, but we'll get to that in a second. Actually, here's some sad news too. Blaze Bayley suffered a heart attack. It says here, Mark Appleton and Christopher Appleton have shared bad news via Blaze Bayley's Facebook page that Blaze suffered a heart attack this past weekend. More can be read below. Mark Appleton and Christopher Appleton have shared the following statement. We sincerely regret to announce that Blaze has had a heart attack at home yesterday evening and is now in hospital in a stable condition awaiting news of further surgery and treatment. He's in good spirits and under the circumstances, but utterly disappointed to have to postpone our imminent shows due in March and April. Ticket refunds will be available at source, but we truly hope you will keep your tickets and make it to the new dates, which we will be announcing as soon as they're scheduled. I think he's in his mid to late 60s, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, shit news, and hope Blaze gets better very, very soon. Even in your mid to late 60s, it's too young for a man to become a victim of cardiovascular disease. All right, move on to the next page. Whilst I look for something that we can that we may find interesting, let me just say something again that I think is important to state, because I heard Mike Hill talk about this on I think it was on Necromaniacs, that he was about to invest in a games console. So I just want to say to him and to anybody else listening to this that's thinking, what game should I play next? If you haven't played it yet, I am yes, a year late to the party. I know it's been out for a while, but having been a casual gamer verging on hardcore for most of my life, and really probably just not going hardcore because, one, I'm not good enough, and two, I don't have the time, I've got to say Elden Ring may well be my favorite game of all time, which is a massive shout. Previously I would have said the two Last of Us games would have been up there, probably GTA 5, Red Dead Redemption 2, but I think that I think it's fair to say that Elden Ring has surpassed them or supplanted them all. So to Mike, I say, if you're looking for a game, get that, and then say goodbye to your friends and any social life. It may, as a matter of fact, I don't want you to get the game. Please don't get it, because it may put a cramp on Tomb's music. So, all right, Necronomicon have premiered a video for their new single. It says here, German thrash veterans Necronomicon have launched an official video for the newest single, They Lie, taken from the band's upcoming 11th full-length, Constant to Death, out on April the 28th via El Puerto Records. Don't know who El Puerto Records are. Can't remember the last time I listened to a Necronomicon song, to be quite honest with you. As a matter of fact, wasn't there like a Canadian Necronomicon as well, which was more of a death metal band? Either way, let's give They Lie a listen.
Here comes the pain!
Here comes the pain. I had to laugh at that, especially when you see a photo of these dudes. I mean, pain to them is getting out of bed in the morning, tying your own shoes. They do look like the years have, at least to two of them, the years have not been kind. But anyway, like let's hear what the music sounds like.
Watching all this, the liar stood, clad in his cloak of victimhood. He cursed and cried when he ceased, and then the liar was in peace. The liar, just a lie, just a lie, just a lie.
Opening riff is good, then the vocals begin, and whilst the vocals aren't quite as terrible, or the lyrics aren't quite as terrible as What Don't Kill You Will Make You More Strong, or that other great thrash gem, My Lifestyle Determines My Death Style, when the vocals do kick in, it kind of goes off the rails and it loses me. So I'm not going to spend too much more time listening to that. Wormwitch Unleash Weapons Against Despair. Again, another band I'm not familiar with. Wormwitch premiere a new single and music video, Weapons Against Despair, taken from their forthcoming split EP with Atlanta Black Thrashers, Sadistic Ritual. The latter will hit the streets later this year via Blood Blast, Distro, and Prosthetic Records, and also Boris Records. I like the name Sadistic Ritual. Scott Bamford sent me a strong contender for potentially the worst band name on the face of the earth. I think it's a gore grind band out of Russia called Flatulence. I think we may have to check them out in a little bit, but in the meantime, let me introduce myself to Wormwitch and see what I've been missing out on. Yeah, I could get on board with that. I'm trying to think if it's really kind of immediately grabbing me. There's something about it I like. There's something about it that demands further investigation. Let me put it that way. It's not blowing me away completely, but there's definitely something that makes me want to listen to some more stuff that they've done. I like that vocalist. He sounds very, very cool. All right, let's do one more, and then we'll head over to the Democrats Guide to Rock Music. Imperishable. It says here, Imperishable drop a new track. Imperishable, a death metal unity from Sweden, proudly present their new track, Venomous, taken from their upcoming debut long player, Come Sweet Death. The latter is due June 9th via Hammerheart Records, recorded at Create Studios in Gothenburg and mixed and mastered by the Oscar Nilsson. No idea who these guys are, and actually, frankly, who else has Oscar Nilsson done any mixing or mastering for? They do often like give credits on Metal Storm. I notice like these people are super well known, and maybe they are in their circles, but I don't know who they are. So maybe it's just me being a fucking dumbass. Okay, right. Anyways, let us give a quick listen to Venomous. I was about to say that I land on the same place with this band as I do with Valgrind, but actually Valgrind's a much better band. This is just dull. It sounds exactly like a myriad other Swedish death metal bands. Nothing new, nothing interesting about it. I could pretty much map out how the rest of the song was going to sound from the first three notes that I heard in that they played. So. Not for me. Will be for some, no doubt about that, but not for me. I did check on my phone whilst I was to save myself from falling asleep when that was playing, to find us a record by Flatulence out of Russia. So I do want to hear it. So this is, or we'll give the first song. And I'm just looking at the album cover now. I mean, is it like a man with his head blown up, or is it a severely punished anus? I don't know. We will no doubt find out in a second, but we will listen to the first song off of their classic, no doubt, 2018's Irreversible Degrade. It wouldn't be so bad if they just didn't have that fucking terrible effect on the guy's vocals. I mean, like when the scream comes in, it's not bad at all. It's better than that Imperishable track that we just heard. Again, nothing particularly unique or interesting, but like I said, it's more enjoyable to me than Imperishable. But what the fuck were they thinking when they put those effects on the guy's voice? And I see now, by the way, it's not a brutalized anus. It is looks like a screen grab out of Scanners. That's the album cover. Anyway, let's check out the Democrats' Guide to Rock Music and see what scintillating stories they've got to share this week. The first story is very sad. As a matter of fact, I think it's at the point that I'm recording this. This is a situation ongoing as we speak. So it says here, roof at Morbid Angel concert in Illinois collapses. 1 dead, 28 hospitalized. Shortly before Morbid Angel was scheduled to perform at the Apollo Theater in Belvedere, Illinois, on Friday night, March the 31st, the venue roof collapsed, killing 1 person and injuring at least 28 more, 5 of them severely. The Belvedere Police Department said 260 people were in the venue when the collapse occurred as a heavy storm rolled through the area. The capacity of the theater is around 1,500. Officials were notified by the National Weather Service of a tornado warning at 7:45 p.m. CT. The roof collapsed 10 minutes later, according to Belvedere Fire Department Chief Sean Shadle. Belvedere Police Chief Shane Woody described the scene when police arrived as chaos, absolute chaos. When officers are first on the scene, when the fire department and first responders get here, they do their best to control the chaos as much as possible, but ultimately we go in and ultimately try and find people and save as many people as we possibly can and bring them to safety as best we can. 1 person was inside the theater when the collapse happened, told Rockford Scanner. It was in between sets. The first band had just played. People were going outside to smoke, and then all the people came running back in because the rain started coming down real heavy. Then all of a sudden the door that they came out of was swinging back and forth, slamming super hard. All the power went out in the building and the entire ceiling collapsed on everybody in the front area, right at the stage, on the stage, the people behind the stage, the sector of the building. When it came down, it blew me out towards the exit door. I crawled out a hole through the door and I escaped without a scratch. I don't know how I did it. But yes, definitely casualties and 50, about 100 wounded severely. It's horrible. Fuck me, that sounds absolutely horrific. So yeah, my heart goes out to everybody that was impacted by this. And I mean, crazy idea or crazy thought, but do I believe in divine providence? No, but I mean, you have. I would say right now, I think Trey, Steve, and the lads are probably busy pondering that very question, because had they been on stage, just a couple of minutes later, by the sounds of things, it could very well have been that the roof collapsed on them. We could very well be sitting here right now having a conversation about Morbid Angel members being dead, which is terrible to think. But I again, my heart goes out to the family and the friends of the person who has lost their life, and to the rest of the folks, I hope that they get better very, very soon. Or I hope they get on the mend very soon. But what a terribly shit situation. I'm curious to see. There will almost undoubtedly be an investigation about the integrity of the roof and whether there had been any issues prior to this that were red flagged. Let's carry on. It says, initially I was confused because it felt like an earthquake, and I was thinking, why would there be an earthquake right now? An audience member at the concert who narrowly escaped injury told the New York Times, as soon as that happened, I watched the entire roof collapse on everybody, basically right where we were standing. The concert was part of Morbid Angel's 2023 tour featuring support acts Crypta, Skeletal Remains, and Revocation. Morbid Angel took to Facebook to write that the show was being cancelled due to a tornado that hit the venue and caused the roof over the area in front of the stage and marquee to collapse. We ask everyone who is still traveling to the venue to please seek shelter and stay safe. We're currently sheltering in place, and we want to extend our support and hope that everybody at the show tonight is safe. Right now, our focus is on making sure everyone in the venue is okay and gets home. Janelle Emanuel, the mother of Morbid Angel guitarist Trey Azatote, born George Emanuel III, took to her Facebook page to write, concerning the tornadoes that destroyed a venue Morbid Angel will be playing tonight. I spoke with Trey. He was in the back of the bus when this happened. He said everything was okay. I could tell he's physically shaken by this as he saw the building collapse and knew there were people inside. All of the band members from the 4 bands, thank God, were safe. It seems like it happened after Crypta finished and before the next band entered the stage. Trey said a very large oak tree just missed the bus, but that they were safe. Big time love and positive vibes to everybody impacted by this. Evan Hopper actually dropped me a note earlier and said the weather is crazy where he is right now, so I hope he's good too. But Just one last sentence here, just grabbing my eye. The collapse was reported as severe storms with 90-mile-per-hour winds blew through the area. That is fucking crazy. So yeah, as I said, crazy time, crazy world we live in. It could very well be that we were sitting here now saying that Trey or Steve or both had been killed by a roof collapse. Anyway, okay. Kirk Hammett, Master of Puppets, is my favorite Metallica album. As thrash legends, Metallica return with a new album, 72 Seasons. Rock Candy magazine goes back to 1986 to look at the band's classic Master of Puppets over 14 pages. Guitarist Kirk Hammett discusses the making of the album, how it changed Metallica's career trajectory, and how he looks back on Master today. We weren't trying to make an album that 35 or so years on, people would put on and still think it sounded great. We didn't set out to do anything really, we were just trying to make the best album we possibly could, and that's what came out. Released on March the 3rd, 1986, Master of Puppets was the thrash band's third album recorded in Denmark with producer Flemming Rasmussen, and it went on to sell over 6 million copies in the US alone. From a technical viewpoint, when I listen to the album, I'm really surprised at how good it sounds so long after the fact. The recording of the album, the recording of the songs, the production, it all holds up still. Master of Puppets proved to be Cliff Burton's swan song with Metallica. The bassist sadly died on September the 27th, 1986 in a coach accident while on tour promoting the album. I think I've spoken about this before, but I would say I kind of dither between Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, and Master of Puppets as to what my favorite Metallica record is, and it's really dependent on my mood at the time. But it is a fucking fantastic record, there's no doubt about it. I don't think there's anyone listening to this right now that's sitting there thinking, "Oh shit, give me that Twisted Sister record or that Poison album any day of the week." Obituary announces barely alive stream. Florida death metal veterans Obituary have announced that Barely Alive stream set to take place on April the 22nd and April 23rd from the band's Redneck studio. They will be performing fan favorites from their historic discography on April the 22nd and their latest album, Dying of Everything, in full on April the 23rd. I like that record, as I said. Is there really a point in live streams anymore in a post-COVID world, I guess is the question. Because as I scroll down here, I also see that in terms of cost, it's $20 for each night or $30 for both nights. Now, it does look like... Do you get a T-shirt with it? No. I think there's merch available. Special event shirts available. I mean, kudos to them for being entrepreneurial and wanting to make some of that sweet cheese. But I wouldn't pay a fucking cent to see a live stream now. I could understand doing so during COVID, but right now, no fucking chance. It's just not. It's not the same. So. Anyway, Dark Angel will continue to perform and record in Jim Durkin's memory. I think that's a good thing personally. We spoke obviously about Jim Durkin some time ago, and I didn't know the man, but I would strongly assume he would have wanted his bandmates to continue without him. It says here, California thrash metal pioneers Dark Angel have paid tribute to their founding guitarist Jim Durkin, who died on March the 8th at the age of 58. Earlier today, Dark Angel surviving members issued the following statement. On Thursday, March 9, everyone in the Dark Angel family was notified of Jimmy Durkin's passing on Wednesday morning, March the 8th. Jim Durkin was the founder of Dark Angel and a major contributor to the music and was one of the founding fathers of thrash. He was known as the master of the riff and some of the most memorable and evil thrash riffs ever. Jim Durkin was family to all of the Dark Angel camp and will be deeply missed. Jim had been sitting out Dark Angel shows due to personal matters since 2020. He requested Laura Christine as his replacement, and she has joined us at the more recent Dark Angel appearances, as he'd requested that we keep it in the family. Dark Angel will continue to perform and record in Jim's memory and preserve his legacy as he requested before his passing. Yeah, no surprise. I did go back into the Dark Angel back catalogue in view of the news, and man, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but that Darkness Descends album is some fucking sick killer shit. Let's do one more before we wrap things up. Tom Morello talks Rage Against the Machine's reunion tour and band's future. So just an interesting thing on Tom Morello. He was in the news recently, not only about this, but also about the fact that There was a guy who I think he wrote for Pitchfork, and he posted a tweet a while back saying that he thought that Meg White, the woman who was drummer for the White Stripes when they were still active, was a terrible drummer and made the band's music sound worse. And of course, everybody was in a fucking absolute frenzy about how he's a misogynist and this is a bad take and he should delete it. Jack White, wrote a little hate poem, one of those condescending, leftist hate poems and fucking, sniveling tweets that they are prone to put out. And then Tom Morello, he showed us his true beta male simping colors by coming out and saying that actually Meg White is one of the best drummers ever in the history of rock. I mean, who the fuck are you kidding, you absolute weed? I've no strong views on it either way. I've no strong views on the White Stripes either way. But everything I've heard so far of the band, a fucking child could play those drums with probably about maybe 6 months worth of practice. I mean, I'm not saying that she was the wrong drummer for the band. Her style clearly suited what Jack White envisioned when he was doing the, when he was singing about the Seven Nation Army. But one of the best drummers in all of rock. I mean, we know exactly why he came out and said it, and the reason is almost certainly not because he thinks that technically she's fantastic. But anyway. He was talking to another bastion of wokery, Rolling Stone magazine, about Rage Against the Machine's future plans following the cancellation of the band's North American tour last October. The trek was scrapped 3 months after Rage Against the Machine frontman Zach De La Roca severed his left Achilles tendon, leaving a mere 8 inches of the tendon intact. That sounds extraordinarily painful. De La Roca's injury happened during Rage Against the Machine's July 11th, 2022 concert in Chicago. It seems like Illinois is a place that's cursed for music, by the way. Just saying this. It's like we had this Illinois business with, the venue roof falling in with Morbid Angel. Fucking De La Roca snaps his ankle. If I were a band, I'd start giving that entire state a miss. The incident occurred during the fourth second show of the band's long-delayed public service announcement reunion tour. For the remainder of the trek, Zach performed while seated, and the shows went off without a hitch, even though stagehands had to carry the vocalist on and off stage every night. Tell you what, though, if that dude continued playing on the night that it happened, he has my fucking... I put my hands up. I may not agree with much of what his band says or really frankly think their music is any good. But for that to happen, and you're still going on there, and you're still putting on a performance, fucking insane. Speaking about the show where De La Roca first got injured, Morello said Zach toughed it out that night, and after the first and for the next 17 shows, he was more compelling as a frontman sitting on a box in the middle of the stage than 99% of the frontmen in the history of all time. So we all can now tell that old Morello is potentially prone to some degree of over-exaggeration. It was completely unexpected, but the fact that he soldiered on, and he didn't just soldier on, but he was able to be that electric, compelling, powerful transmitter of truth that he is while remaining fairly mobile. Scratch truth, communist propaganda. I didn't hear from one fan that felt the show was diminished in power by 1%. Kudos. I mean, like I said, I do think it's a... like I said, you have to give the dude his props. If he broke an Achilles tendon, especially to that degree, and he was still playing, I mean, fucking hell, I think the vast majority of us would have gone, screw that. I'll be back at the house. Take me to the hospital. So it says here, pressed about when Rage Against the Machine might perform again, or whether or not they will even whether they even are still a band. Morello said, Rage Against the Machine is like the ring in Lord of the Rings. It drives men mad. I hope he knows that Lord of the Rings has been identified by hate watch groups in the UK, anti-hate watch groups in the UK, as a pathway to far-right radicalization. Next thing you know, Morello is going to come out against high taxes on the wealthy. Next he's going to come out and he's going to say, indicting Trump, I'm not sure that's a good idea. It drives men mad. It drives journalists mad. It drives record industry people mad. They want it. They want the thing, and they're driven mad. If there are raid shows, if there are not raid shows, you'll hear from the band. I do not know. When there is news, it will come from a collective statement from the band. There is no news. If Rage Against the Machine was going on an hiatus, Rage Against the Machine would say we're going on an hiatus. That's not what happened. I will say that I understand and respect the frustration. There's a sort of frustration to not knowing when you're in a band. But that's led to a lot of great music. So, nothing of any great importance, but it did give me plenty of opportunity to tease Morello, and plus, I would say to Rage Against the Machine fans, now that he's clearly into Lord of the Rings, you can almost be guaranteed the band is going to be quitting, because very soon Morello is going to be a stark, raving white supremacist, a flag-waving, clan hood-wearing white supremacist, because that is what reading Lord of the Rings gets you. On that note, my friend, that was the news rant for this week. If you stuck around until the very end, thank you very much. Really appreciate the support. Massively appreciate Shayan coming on the podcast. Check out his band Trivax. Check out his weekly podcast, IBLIS Manifestations. Come back next Tuesday and you'll get to hear a rip-roaring conversation with Tentacle P and Zen of the band Omega Infinity. We spoke about their new record, The Anti-Current. We spoke about a load of performance-related and music industry stuff. Really fun conversation. Then the week after, I've got Oscar of the Icelandic black metal band Altari. And then beyond that, who knows what the future might bring. Either way, my friends, whatever it is that you're doing, wherever it is that you are, stay safe, stay healthy, and I will see you bad motherfuckers again next week.